Okay, let's post that I am streaming. Let's find my links for the stream. Okay, Twitch seems to be working. Twitch. Let me grab the link. Is the Twitch working? Yes. Is the Twitch working? Give me a second while I post these. Okay. Let me just grab the link for YouTube. And there we go. And I can post that. Just make sure the live stream is working perfectly fine. It looks like it is. Okay, so that is good to go. Just make sure the live stream is working perfectly fine. It looks like it is. Okay, so that is good to go. Make sure the live stream is working perfectly fine. It looks like it is. Okay, so that is good to go. Let me just go today on this channel. Okay, I have started to post the links to places, and I should do one of those countdown timer screens. Okay. I have started to post. So, it's been a while since I've been busy today. Hello, Skyzilla. How are you? I know it's been a while. I haven't been doing much over the Christmas because, well, I kind of fell a bit ill like about a week ago, and I'm just getting my voice back now. But yes, I kind of took it a bit easier and had a little bit of a kind of break because I still had to work over Christmas. But as you can see, the whole map has completely changed from when we last looked at things. If you can remember, Angmar always were in a strong position, and Linden, and if you remember Rohan, we sort of like were bunched in this corner and only had these 2 territories left. And like I said when I made the last video about sort of like, you know, keeping your head low and things change over weeks, no surprises, things did change, and Lothlorien ended up on the receiving end of kind of what Rohan were earlier on, getting hit from all sides, and yeah, it did not end very well for them. And like I said, as you can see, they have struggled to do much, and they went down to 0 territories. They have managed to reclaim some territories in these places. Hello, Antoine. Happy New Year to you too. Hope you are doing well. Wow, only 3 people in them. Already have a bot. Man, I still must find a way of getting rid of those heathenistic bots that plague these channels. I don't know. But yes, today I want to discuss about a whole load of changes in the game because, like I said, I've not really been on for the last week or 2, so I want to have a look at some things, and you guys feel free, post your comments and your opinions, how you're finding things. So I want to talk about, obviously, the big change that got people up in arms, which was the change to the weapons, the change to the you can no longer buy them with the dismantling. So that was a big change. How am I coping? How has it been to deal with? Also, some of the Christmas stuff I managed to finally unlock. Yeah, it's crazy. I still only have one at 50 because, like I said, I only played cooldown kind of over Christmas, and I started powering everything up. I did unlock Galadriel with the over Christmas. I think what I ended up doing with all of those level 2 character unlocks from the Eladan or Ishmael, I didn't really like either of those characters and how I've been seeing them on the battlefield, so I just traded all 46 of those in and just traded them all up for loads of 10 packs of Galadriel's favors and unlocked and managed to get up to level 1. Of course she really needs to be level 3, but that's my sort of like aim for the start of next season. I wouldn't mind getting her up to 3. And Thorin's slowly working there. He's not too far away from level 2, so hopefully next season those are going to be my aims, because I'd like to have him at 3 for the start of the season. And I definitely want Galadriel at 3. You kind of have to have her at 3, really. I've only just started leveling her up, so there's no points in her yet. So those are my big things over the Christmas period. What else have I been liking so far? The changes to the tips, and again, I don't know if this is just me or you guys are experiencing the same thing, but since they changed the weapon statistics, the being able to dismantle your weapons, I seem to be getting way better items from my tips, considerably better. Like I used to get maybe 1 purple every, maybe 4 days or so. And recently I've been getting a purple every other day with just doing 1 reset. And I even got a gold. I even got a gold item from I think it was a plate. I think I got another plate recently as well. Like it's been giving me a lot of stuff. No, just from the tips. Just from the tips. I reset my stuff 1 time every day. So I spend the 200 gems, but I'm gonna claim some of these in a second. We'll see if I'm just as lucky. I have 2 to claim, 3, 4. I saved 4 to claim, and I thought I'm gonna test these because, like I said, it used to be I would have to do maybe how many? Maybe 8 or 9 of these quest items to get the exquisite. But I suppose look there. Well, how does that work though? Any exquisite equipment 60%. I mean, those odds can't be right because you keep getting blues and things, so this is confusing as hell as well. Or is it just that one? Do they have different? Oh, okay, I see. So this was an epic treasure, right? Okay, because it's a 4-star version. I didn't realize if there was different starred versions of them. That would explain why I'm getting way more. So you get a 4-star one, and this is only going to be a purple or a gold item. Wow. Okay. Like I said, I'm just coming properly back into it. I kind of took Christmas slightly easy, and I didn't really properly investigate. So now I'm investigating. But yeah, that's insane. I did not. No wonder I'm getting far more purples and some golds because, 40% chance on that. So this kind of makes me think it's worth using the other refresh, the 400 gem refresh as well. Because if you can get one of these, you can guarantee a purple. Say for example, you pay way more than 400 gems for a purple. You used to pay 1,000, didn't you? And I've also noticed that one of the tip guy occasionally sells purple items for gold as well, which I caught a couple of days ago, which surprised me as well. It was only like 50k gold or something to buy it. So it looks like they've kind of tried to offset that balance of it's harder to get items from the equipment trader vendor, but they seem to be giving us more from the tips for free. Hadn't noticed it either. Yeah, it's kind of pretty good actually. So let's quickly have a peek at that. So the 4-star one, epic treasure, is 40% 60. The 2-star 10% one for the important stuff. The 3-star 725 and 525, so still not too bad. 30% on the 3 stars of getting something decent. That is also a 3-star. So that is a different percentage than the other one, right? 15.6 and 2. 5 and 25, both 3 stars. What is that? What is that? That's crazy. That is crazy. Right. Okay. There we go. Even more interesting news is the fact that even though it is based on stars, you also have different percentage chances even within those 215 and then what, like 82% chance of crap, whatever, 84% of crap, and that one has way better. Curious. The dismantle removal being more difficult, but the tips having getting okay. Yeah. So Sky, then you must be having the same sort of situation, the same findings as me. They've gotten rid of that, which obviously maybe has offended some people, and the benefit seems to be better. But I kind of prefer that as long if I get stuff for free. If I switch the chat to subscriber only, you won't get spam comments. Shall I switch? Good question. Let's hold fire for like 15-20 minutes and see if we keep getting spammed out with bots. If it's, I think at the moment it seems to be like one every like hour or two, which I can tolerate with. But let's see how bad they become. So let's open these tips, and I can show you like the sort of stuff. Let's see my odd percentages on those equipments. All right, so this one is my 17% chance of something okay. I get crap, okay. This one is only blue warmers, okay. This one is 30% chance of getting something decent. Crap again. No. I can't wait for the 4-star guaranteed something decent. This one, 11% chance of something decent. Crap. So this one is definitely something at least purple and 40% of gold. I like that though. No surprise it doesn't give me the gold though. Okay, I've been storing up a lot of these purple items over the holidays, so I do have quite a fair bit to do. Like I said though, now I'm kind of tempted to go in for the 400s as well, although my gems are slowly diminishing. But let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. Oh well. Thank you, game devs. 2 that I can buy for 50k gold. That's the one huge benefit. This is nice. I mean, I'm never going to use these for that. I don't understand what the logic behind making you try and use Matham vouchers. Am I going to spend 300 Matham vouchers on one purple item, or am I going to, buy 300 of a tier 3 commander of my choice? Let's get the brutal helmet for 50k. And another piece of quilted armor. Okay, that's all right. Like I said, I've got some weapon making to make in a second. You guys might be able to help me a little bit. I've not. Oops, I keep closing that. I've not looked at Gladiator. I've not really looked at this weapon man-at-arms guy properly yet. I think. Oh no, I need elves. Give me everything for elves, and I don't have enough elves at home. Okay, yeah, I need to look at my weapons for. Oh, incoming. Or just passing by. Just passing by. Yeah, part of. Sorry, just for those tuning in late for the map. This is kind of how things have changed. From where we were at before. I was mentioning before that sort of Angmar, Linden and Rohan absolutely destroyed LotR from all sides. If you remember, LotR were pretty much the whole center of the map, sort of like these 15 or so territories. Actually, about 4 days ago or so, they were completely eliminated from the board. They've managed to scrape 2 back here, and no, sorry, they always had the ring. They took the ring a while ago. They managed to take the wall back a couple of days ago, and they're still holding the ring, but they're mainly holding the ring because Linden, Angmar, and Rohan have sort of like you can fight inside the ring area. So because of that, nobody can mount an effective attack on the city. So it's kind of remained in LotR hands, even though they have nothing nearby. You've sort of like got Rohan Angmar and Lyndon in here on the free-for-all, and Lothlorien kind of hold it just in lieu of nobody else wanting to probably let any of the others sneak it. So that is the ring situation. And I don't think anyone's in a particular rush at the moment to really push into there or really, you know, overcommit and fight, because you're going to have at least 2 or 3 weeks, I think, left in the season, I imagine. Again, game dev's not really been too helpful with giving us any information about when we're going to have a vague idea of when the season's going to end. So everybody is gearing for it, but nobody's gone for the attack yet. So I think when that notice comes up, it will get hot in here. But like I said, at the moment, everybody's kind of doesn't want to lose too many territorial locations around the board. As for the rest, Lothlorien did get destroyed. Gondor have been wiped off the map, so they also have gone. And Mordor, remember last time Mordor controlled pretty much all of this around here. Well, Angmar came down and just paved straight through them to the Mumakils, yeah, basically took their capital, and then just for good luck and funds, they took Minas Tirith from Gondor at the same, roughly in the same week. And if you remember, Rohan were pushed all the way into these 2 territories over here, and I was saying, oh my gosh, we've been pretty much ganged on by Loth, Gondor, and Mordor, who took everything. What happened was Angmar coming down here to paving through Mordor allowed Rohan to resettle and take the Hills of Rune, and then use that as a staging outpost and redeploy troops. And then whilst Mordor were busy trying to fight for their capital, Rohan just pushed down and basically just took all of this corner of the map. So yes, it's looking fairly good for Lyndon, Angmar, and Rohan. But like I said again, and I said this like 3 weeks ago when we were on the receiving end and we only had 2 territories, this game changes crazy. Yes, Angmar does have more. I think that was part of the reason for Angmar's push down here, because if you remember early on, it was Lothlorien, Gondor, and Mordor against Rohan, and then sort of like Lyndon were fighting Angmar, and that was the server balance. And then kind of Lyndon and Angmar made peace to move over to the east side, and Angmar kind of wanted to come down and get giant beasts and Mumakils, but Mordor refused to share them. So Angmar thought, well, we tried asking, so we'll just take. And just marched all the way down here and just steamrolled into the giant beasts in Dagorland. And then, like I said, we could get an agreement in and cheekily, push past them and over into this corner to get our income back. So it allowed us to push. At the same time, they also allowed Isengard and Arnor, they paved downwards towards Leimden to fight against Gondor, which is what allowed Rohan to push properly up to reclaim the capital city, because Angmar and Isengard pushed over. And if you look down here, actually, you can see that, yes, this is, wait, did I say Angmar? Arnor, sorry. This is an Arnor territory here. Yep. So pretty interesting. So you can see there's like paved lines here, and then Arnor used this as a staging post to help push back. And that's what the same thing that happened to Rohan happened to Lothlorien, who were teamed up on 3 ways, and then the same thing happened to Gondor, who were fighting Isengard, Arnor, Rohan, and Angmar from the same side, and they just fragmented. And they did have some places up here, but then they got pushed out of those as well. So it's interesting. Rune managed to have reclaimed a territory over here. I'm not sure if that was by request or if we're starting to get that, everybody's focused on so many territories that the smaller factions are able to start packing a punch, because whilst they may only have like 1 good fellowship or half a good fellowship, they can still claim stuff. Erebor have been really quiet this season, which has been a bit of a disappointment, because along the east side, you've kind of had Rune, who were out of the game early on, Erebor were out of the game, and it kind of allowed this Angmar grip to seize control all around these territories. So they are having a very good season. Like I said, Lyndon are having a good season. Now they've stopped fighting against Angmar. They could spread all the way through Lothlorien territories very, very easy, straight over and then into Lothlorien home grounds over here. Amrai's going to win. They're in a strong position. They have very, very good players, and they've got a lot of whales in there. There's a lot of high-level Saurons and Witch Kings and stuff like that around. So they have been destroying people. They've got to just make sure their politics is strong for the end season game to make sure they can get that ring, which is going to help them. Never seen a weak airball. Yeah, it's very rare for me as well. You tend to always get people that want to go up there and play dwarves. And for me, if I wasn't in Rohan, if I wanted to play a safe season, I would go airball because I think, it's a good position. You've got Iron Warriors, which are a pretty solid tanky unit. You don't have to use Guardians, and you've got this like free expansion area around the back, and you're not too far away from the ring. So for me, they've got a lot of benefits, but just nobody really played them this season. There are some people. Wait, what? Wait. What are these guys doing? Okay. I'm not entirely sure, what Erebor are doing over here. But it seems that everybody's kind of gone a little bit, everybody's leaving it for free-for-all in the center. So nobody's really tried to wipe anybody else out completely of the center area, which is weird. In my server, it's majorly different. That doesn't surprise me. I've actually seen quite a lot of season 2s already of the maps, and they've been like entirely. I've seen one that's like entirely LotR. I've seen ones entirely Mordor, like crazy. So I don't know what your picture is like. Also next to Rune, which are barely played. Yeah, I always feel sorry for Rune. It looks like they need some sort of boost because again, I very rarely see a strong Rune. It's super rare to see a weak airball is pretty rare, but a weak Rune just seems to be commonplace. So there's definitely something wrong maybe about their special unit they need to work on. Right. Let's have a look at my item gear. Like I said, I'm kind of wanting to change my main 2 commanders. So I've been working on leveling up Theoden because at the moment I'm using Eowyn, and I wanna switch that over from Eowyn to Theoden as my main cav, and I kind of want to switch. Well, I don't think it's worth actually. My Gandalf's at 4, my Galadriel's at 1. Why is my Gandalf seems awfully low? Oh, okay. I could get into 5, but if I'm going to stop using it, it's probably not worth it. I have to think about that. I'm kind of torn about these over here. I did what I kind of was looking at in my video where I talked about in my closer inspection of Theoden, where I've gone with full Horsemaster and reduced defense, and then the initiative just 1 point in there, and then I've gone with Rohirrim just because I like that stackable boosting damage probably more than sort of like the heal, and then I went with the Riding Excellence. And then I kind of like flanking more than cleave. So I'm splitting my points over here. Because whilst the Arid Leader is nice when you get it to max with that full every turn, I don't know, I just feel like, and quite a few people have been saying this to me recently, like a lowish level heal, even at 15, I'm going to get it at, 8? So I get another 7 points, which is like another 21% or something. And get it every round, but it's still not a whole lot of healing compared to packing a decent punch and killing their ranged units, reducing the amount of damage that you're taking in. So I've kind of switched around and gone with flanking because I kind of like that more. But I do need to properly work on my Galadriel since unlocking her super hap. So I've got to. Where's her madness? That's her madness, isn't it? Yeah. So I just go up here. Get the madness. Oh, I should get like any sort of focus damage spell. There we go. Seeing as I've got a massive boost to it. What does down here do? Oh yeah, Parting Gift. I'm not a huge fan of those abilities, so Parting Gift will be the one that I don't really bother with. I heard flanking is not that good. Really? Sorry, I'm not entirely sure where I want to go with this. Increase focus damage. I probably just want to do that, don't I? And just do a heck ton of focus damage everywhere. And then chances of removing debuffs. Really flanking. I don't know. I was looking at the comparison point, because from the points that I would have left, it would either be cleave or flanking. I think I kind of worked it down to were the two that because I wanted something that packed a punch, something with a decent punch, rather than removing random debuffs. So for me, you had cleave round 2, and they're pretty similar, apart from just that one targets ranged units, from what I remember. Let's have a look at their base comparison levels. So base level deals 68.5% physical damage, deals 48, but obviously it's modified by speed stat, so that's going to go up. But I'd rather be doing something that hits ranged units, though. I mean, I get what you're saying in that if you're coming against, I think it's less useful if you're against stuff that doesn't have flimsy, weak physical range units doing the bulk of their damage. But you're going to come against those builds. So, I mean, if you come against something like a Lego super tank with 3 tanky units, or you come against, let me think, Dane with entire Iron Warriors, or another cavalry army, then yeah, okay, you're probably losing something because you're taking, you know, the specialty of dealing range unit damage. But, yes, Skyzilla, I agree. I think if you're going to go against something that's got soft, nice damage dealing units, maybe even like something like a Gandalf with that's got solid range units behind. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't like that renown tree. Let me see. You can see I've kind of got most things unlocked now. The other things here I don't have is, like I said, I had Eladan or I think I would like to get Eoma unlocked, but I decided to go for Theoden at this stage, and I managed to look out on getting Imrahil invite from just a random chest, which was a bit upsetting because like there are so many of these other characters that I would rather have had an invite for that I didn't. He was kind of, I don't think I got a Theoden invite, so I would have really have been happy with a Theoden invite just to sort of, you know, get another level, but c'est la vie. Oops. Move this around. So I'm kind of going to have a look at these items, seeing as I have picked up loads of stuff and I've been too busy to check it out. And I need to look at what I'm going to do about Galadriel. So you can see down here, like I've gained all of these weapons and gear in the last couple of weeks. Like last 2 weeks I've gained most of this, and that's not really with box buying. That's just from like the tips and bits and pieces and what have you. So that's why I'm saying that I feel like it's been a luckier past few weeks. I have 30 out of 5, but not have the gear or faction for him this season. Makes sense. Like I said, I've got reasonably solid stuff on Eowyn at the moment, so I can just transfer it over. So I'm kind of in a reasonable position for him. I just need to then do like a whole load of like little kills to get up his what's it called, weapon proficiency thing. So let's have a look. Do I have... I only have 1 gold weapon, so I can't upgrade a weapon. I have a load of body pieces. I seem to be collecting these body pieces now. So I could start looking at here. I only just unlocked Theoden. I got Theoden over the Christmas period when I could buy those boxes, and I've just not had time to... Like, I've been leveling him up on mock battles, and today's the first time that I've properly got on. So yeah, that's why I've got that on Yoin at the moment. So I've gone with Reach of the Riddermark, and I have Scout's Mail and Hithlane. I only just changed that. I did have one with Pursuit because we were coming against a lot of what are they called? Oathbreakers. But now I just changed it, so this was on before my Wizard's Firework, and now I've just switched it over and on ahead. So I can switch that all over to him. I think it's a pretty straight swap, and then level up some of those pieces of gear. What do I have here? Okay. Just make sure I've got nothing to open. I've still got 2 of these chests. I'm kind of keeping until like I'm really certain which characters. Oh, I have 1 weapon worn out token there as well. So I technically have 2, but it's not enough to upgrade any. Okay. Right, so let's switch over Yoin's gear to Theoden and then level it up a little bit. Okay, so I need to go on commanders, go on her, and equip all of her gear. Okay, and I should probably look at upgrading. How do I do the item thing with the commander? I did it once and I can't remember exactly how I did it. It's somewhere in here. Theoden. Oh no, it's the weapon, the man-at-arms thing. I remember now. So I impied wisdom on him, so he's up 1 already. And see, I'm putting gear on him, then I may as well try and get him up another bit. So let's get rid of all of this rubbish. I always get worried here because you can attach these things even if they're higher level, and it doesn't tell you, I've noticed. Oh, it does. Never mind. I'm wrong. My fears were abated, so let's get rid of all these blue craps. I still can't believe you can upgrade the blue stuff another level, I remember now. I was going to say, I'm surprised they've not made him more useful. But let's go up. And can I get another level, maybe? Seeing as I might use him quite a lot, I suppose. Yes, I can. Easy peasy. Oops. Right, the accessory will is not super important, so I'm not too worried about that. So I've also gained 2 more skill points. So I apologize if I cough. Like I said, I'm still getting over this sort of like coffee cold thing. So if I'm a bit sniffly at some stage, or coffee. So I've got 2 more points. So Morris, you reckon maybe I should just put 1 point into cleave? See, if I put 1 in Aorid, I could put another 1 into flanking. And flanking 1 level will gain me a 70% attack. Whereas 1 in cleave will give me a 48, but that will be boosted by my speed. I'm just not entirely sure how much, unless I bought a skill point in it. Let me put my gear on him. And this I was never sure about either here. I could have the Horseman's Helm with first 3 rounds chance to gain Madness immunity, or go with all allied mounted units damage received reduction. It seems to be a close decision. I mean, it's a cavalry army anyway, so I'm tempted more towards the allied mounted damage reduction, being it that it's more universally useful. Yeah, I suppose with the amount of sort of Galadriels that are appearing and what Sauron's, but is F1 Galadriel any good? I think she's not too bad. I mean, she's nowhere near as scary or as broken as sort of like some of those end game max 5-star gold equipment gear rocking like 600, 650 focus and mowing down armies. Early on, anyway, we've come to be able to deal with those much easier now when you've got multiple level 50 commanders and somebody's only racking maybe 1 or 2 superpowered. You can kind of just maul it to death. I've not tested her on paper. I would suspect, because you're always going to really be looking, in my opinion, of Galadriel or Gandalf is your decision making for early game anyway. Out of your first like 3 or 4 commanders, towards the end game, I mean, you can roll with both of them. As long as you've kind of got gearish to go with both. That tends to be the limiter, is the gear requirement. So it depends on how much gear you've got. So I've got her. I'm going to try and get her up to R3 before I really bother with her. I'm going to stick with my Gandalf because whilst he doesn't do a lot of damage, he can take, like, he can hold a point really well. So yeah, madness immunity. You reckon Scott? The problem is I don't have it refined, and I don't have the stuff to boost it up either. I would only be able to get it up to like 32%. I'll leave this on for now, and yeah, I might keep more helms in the future and see if something happens. And then do I want to keep this Wizard's Firework, Focus, Range, and Pursuit? No, I don't. I'm going to switch it to something with a bit of might. I really wish the accessories were better. I eventually managed to get a drum, but you can only put it on dwarves, so I can't really use it on anything. Where's it go up to now? That's at 48. Obviously my gear's not fully synced in yet. Yeah. The only reason I think people were saying that cleave is easier is because you probably already get the points in Rohirrim, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go with this anyway because I do like flanking. But I get another point, so when I get another point, I might put it in the other skill and then just do some maths and see what they're sort of weighing up. So yeah, the next thing I was going to look at is Galadriel or Gandalf with my gear. But let's level up some of these pieces for him first. So I can't do his weapon. Can I do his Scout's mail? I've got loads of rubbish pieces of purple body, so I can probably definitely do that. What's rubbish? Hunter's skins can both go. Hunter's skin and quilted mounted superiority. Oh wait, I need sugar. I need 5 for this. Okay. 5. Do I want to use 5 to upgrade that? What will happen? 5 might and 6 speed. So what? 1, 2. What changes? Oh, we're mainly talking about the weapon changes. We're looking about the increased odds of getting weapons from tips. and being able to buy them from the tip vendor with gold versus not being able to get them anymore or having to use bloody Matham vouchers, which you're never going to use. But I've gathered up, I was saying I've gained so many more purples from just normal tips recently. And I'm in a really good position to be able to upgrade armor gears and pieces, which I was not in that situation before, which is good, kind of good. I can definitely upgrade this helm, and I'll use the 2 brutals and 1 bone. It doesn't really matter which one. Oh no, it's 5 again. Why do I keep thinking it's only bloody 4 to go up to 4 and it's 5? Damn it. 6.7 million dead in Dolgrum's Season 2 Server 34. We Erebor versus Whale Mordor. What about the rest of this? What about the rest of the factions? Is it everybody versus Mordor, or have Mordor managed to get their hands on some useful allies? Lasky, sorry. I'm curious. Yeah, this is where I'm so indecisive on upgrading my weapons. I'm like the world's worst person. You can see all my gear is kind of like here, and I've got so much in stock. I've just taken everything off her to put on Theoden. But you see everything's sort of like mediocre, so it kind of does an okay job, but nothing is phenomenal. So like I'll throw in like 4 commanders that are okay, instead of throwing in like 1 super powered. So I'm always torn on it, but I do want him to be pretty decent, seeing as I'm pumping in a lot of stuff onto him. But do I want to use 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't want to use 5 because I kind of want to keep the Horseman's Helm to refine this, and I want to keep the Trapper's Hood to refine the other Trapper's Hood. So I only have 4, so I'm not going to do anything with that. This is a similar situation as well. Do I have anyone that uses quilted armor? No, but he uses the superior halberd. Okay, so I could strengthen this and just go hunters, quilted, hunters, quilted. Quilted. Wait, what? There's 3 quilteds? Hunters, quilted. It sounds like a trap. I'll go with one of these gallants here. Okay. I'm slowly getting there. Focus. Stop spreading yourself out too much. Like I said, it's the same with some of my gear pieces on here. So let's have a look at, if I'm going to switch from Gandalf over to Galadriel next season, then I need to make the Gandalf gear pretty solid with focus. So let's have a catch up with these messages. Can you recommend gears for R5 Eowyn? The gear setup that I just had on my own, I've just changed it to Theoden, was this. And I tend to see at least these 3 pieces on a lot of builds. I'm not entirely sure if they're the best. I'm sure there's like other gold pieces out there that are available, but realistically getting them up to, 3 stars and above, unless you're a whale, is tough, man. So but if you have Reach of the Riddermark, I think it's a solid option. There are other good weapon options that I'm trying to think of with speed, anything with speed and might. So I think cutlasses are pretty solid, and I think isn't there a solid cutlass ability? I'm trying to remember what the solid cutlass ability is. I have so many cutlasses and carvers, but carvers I was looking at, but the cutlass, I'm sure the cutlass has a good option. I think I like cutlasses simply because not only is it might and speed, but you're also getting army attack for melee, which is a good combo. But I'm trying to remember what the super powered option is. Give me a second. Let's go to the items page. Cutlass. Oh, the cutlass is the focus damage. Yeah, I remember. But I mean, melee might isn't too bad on here. Allied melee units damage dealt isn't a terrible bad idea if you're going to have all three of units that are melee anyway in there. So I don't know. That's probably what I'd go with. There are other good options. Basically anything with might and speed, I think, is a good option. For body, the scout piece, just because. Sorry, I'm clicking around all over the place. There's two good abilities on the scout, and I was talking about them before. I have the one with speed. Again, I can't remember what the other good piece is for scout. Back over to the scout. Scout gear pieces. Speed and damage. Yeah, damage avoidance, which isn't too bad. If you can get it up to like 4 or something, 40% chance of your units avoiding the first instance of damage. So I like scouts, and again, it has the key might and speed. I just like that might speed is pretty solid in my opinion. And what else was next? The Horseman's Helm. This was the piece that we were discussing about before. Might, speed, defense for your mounted units, and then you can either have mounted vigor with the damage reduction for all your mounted units, or which is I was fighting about deciding before, the first 3 rounds madness immunity if you're going to go against stuff like Saurons or Galadriel, stuff like that. And then equipment, accessories. Ideally, again, you need gold pieces in here, because there's not a whole load of options for men purple level. Let's just look at the draw. RC Thranduil. I've never really looked at Thranduil. Unfortunately, I can't offer you too much advice there. My friend who had it told me that it was terrible, and I've had other friends, I've heard from other people who've said Thranduil's really good. So I'm not sure which one. I should probably look at it at some stage. I've like I said, I've taken like 2 weeks off over the Christmas. I do have Chinese New Year coming up soon, where I'm off work, so I should get back into some of those builds. I see a build of Theoden where he focuses on attacking twice. Yeah, I've seen quite a few really damaging Theoden builds. I like the tanky survivability options because I feel like you can take 2 or 3 or 4 fairly solid commander hits on him, and he'll still, I've seen him still survive into 3 and 4th turn battles if you get empowered. Big war going to happen in server 58, Rohan and Gondor versus Angmar and Erebor. Okay, interesting. Most evil factions went to Angmar. Lyndon and Anna barely holding. Finally, Lothlorien staying neutral. Yeah, Lothlorien seem to like doing that, trying to avoid being surrounded by everybody who hate them and want to kill them. Evil went to Angmar, same as our server. All the strong people went to Angmar. A lot of healing and damage reduction, and as attack, move, the mounted combat and riding excellence. Cutlass damage reduction 1.5 for melee. You are for Chinese New Year. Yeah, oh wow, okay, we're getting spammed by Loveface. Jerk off ad. Wet girls are here. They are right here, right now apparently. Thank you, Loveface. Your input is delightful as always. Off for Chinese New Year. Yeah, I live in Taiwan. I wonder if I can change. I bet Antoine's disappeared and not around. I don't know how I can change that setting. Change YouTube setting, only subscribers can post. No, this sounds like it's going to be effort. Make your channel subscriptions public or private. Ugh. Golly gosh. Okay, I've just got into Steam settings, sorry, into YouTube channel settings, and it's kind of, I suspect it's going to take me a little bit while to find that setting. So we'll just hopefully ignore Loveface, who maybe has disappeared. Show enhance of Gandalf. My Gandalf changes, and it depends on which faction I'm fighting. At the moment, I've just got him for tanky survivability. I don't have him at 5. I will push him if we go to fight against Mordor a lot. I do have the what's the word? The respect to go up. I'm just holding fire at the moment, but I've gone with more just tanky survivability, and I've gone with this type of build here. So wasn't entirely sure about Wizard. I could give or take Wizard, but the damage reduction, defense reduction, just seemed to be able to do a little bit more damage output because I was really doing so little. I do need to change his build maybe and put some more archers in there. But yeah, damage avoidance, heal every time it does damage, and then just picked up lots of little damage attacks, and damage reduction, avoid the first damage, damage reduction. First 2 rounds gain initiative, chance of attacking twice, just to do a little bit of damage. But yeah, if I was going to go against an evil faction, then I would get White Council, and then I would go into High Alert just to stop those super high damages, and Champion Light. I would probably max out these tables if I was going against those. How would you build Faramir? I mean, that's an open-ended question. I mean, I actually haven't really ever fought with Faramir. I know I've seen some really solid builds with people, and I've heard he's a good, like, cheap option, but he just never gets a chance to be used for me, because I tend to prefer, you know, some of these other characters up here. So all of these characters down here, I just don't really use many of them, and I know I should more. But that's just the way. That's just the way it is. I think I did do a Faramir build. Have I done a Faramir build on the channel? I think I've done a Faramir character build, maybe, where I've gone into it. And I did give the caveat that I don't really use him. Last season we were in LotR, so I was using different commanders. And this season I'm in Rohan, so he's just fallen to the bottom of the pile, really. I've not really gone with it. Gandalf the Grey R3 is better against good Gandalf. Yeah, I agree with that. I think 100%. R5. To be honest, if you're going against good guys, then if you want some sort of survivability build, then it is sort of like this. You know, you might tinker around a few things and change some things around. You might take more points in Wizard if you want to do some more damage output early on. For reducing defense on three units. Personally, I don't really rate it that much. You could go up here and pick up extra focus if you really bother about trying to do focus damage somewhere with a pure focus build. But for me, my Gandalf is about survivability, and this is a survivability Gandalf. If you were going to go against evil, then you would just max out this tree instead. You would be taking the sort of max damage reduction plus the damage debuff coming into effect an extra turn, and you take that instead of some of your earlier damage mitigation stuff. You would take it here instead, and then you would take the burn reduction 50%, and you would take the damage to orcs plus 28%. You go here, but I still quite like the stun locky build. I kind of like survived 3 or 4 hits one after each other. I've not really done much damage, but I've managed to hold a position, which is kind of what he's there for. Can I see your Eowyn? Like I said, I've just taken all of my stuff off her. I switch around with how I like her to be built. I know a lot of people go with Shield Maiden builds. I don't think it matters huge amount, but I kind of like Theoden. I like the Rohirrim stacking damage buff, and then a nice cleave damage and the damage reductions for riding excellence. If I have if I had 2 more points, I would max that when I get to 50, and I would have upgraded her gear from the Master Arms, but I don't need to do that because I've switched to Theoden. I still might use her. I might put some of my backup cavalry stuff on her and use her as a second cav army so that she can follow in after Theoden does a big punch. She can just clean up everything. So she might still get flexed out just because I'm Rohan. If I was Rohan or Gondor, then it's probably wise to have 2 cavalry commanders. And then I just went here just to take the 1 point here for the greatly speed reduction, because we were often coming against other cavalry armies, cav armies early on against Gondor. So having that speed reduction for them meant that I was being able to do my damage first, which is pretty important if you're playing a like for like match, early on. And then I just went with the recovery and boosted damage over here. So it was doing pretty well. I'm just hoping Theoden outperforms it. And I need to finish leveling these. I have 11 points. I should get Theoden up to max. Off you go, boyo. Oh wait, I should probably check how close he is first. That would be, oh, he's only just, okay. I have this bad thing when I get to the max level, it's just going like, yeah, oh, wrong character. No, right character. I thought it was Thorin. Off we go. And do you think maxing the Grey is still good after Smite nerf? To be honest, I've seen good Gandalf. Oh wait, 1 second. Maxing the Grey. Yeah, I see what you mean. Was I using, what gear was I using on? Oh yeah, I was using Pierce. Yeah. I see where you're coming from. I've not really flexed him out for damage. You might be right. You might be right with that. I just like it because I quite like fleeting movements. Anyway, around 369, 2 units, 75% chance of avoiding the next instance of damage. I don't know. So I'm going to put points in there anyway. And where else am I going to put those points? I'm not entirely sure. You could max Wizard, I suppose, if you wanted to do more damage build. I suppose more heal, more damage. Yeah. Personal preference, I would guess, maybe. I don't know. Have you seen any difference? Have you found the Smite to significantly weaken? I've been using him. His survivability is still fairly decent. I'm not entirely sure what total heal loss I took from it, but he still works out okay. Hello, Tikosh. Hope you are doing well and had a good Christmas. I hope everybody had a good Christmas. I thought some of the Christmas events in the game were good, and I thought some of the Christmas events in the game were terrible. Putting the ornaments on the tree, I was like, what the hell? Seriously? You're gonna make me... And did you notice that you got like a reward every time you put an ornament on the tree, but you could only have 10 on the tree at any one time, and then you had to take one off the tree, and then when you took it off the tree, it went in your general inventory with everything else, and then you had to kind of like scroll through or try and remember which one is your new one to then put that on to get the firework parts to then get the stupid firework one. Those two I didn't like. I did not like the fireworks, and I did not like the bloody Christmas ornament tree. I won $50 for my ornament. Oh, but that was like different though, wasn't it? That was like a post a picture of your ornament and not your penis onto our Discord and we'll give you some money. But then also send us pictures of your penis privately and we'll give you more money. Was that the event that you joined? I can't remember. But yeah, no, I'm talking about the stupid in-game one, which was like, what? gain some points and buy the ornament and put it in the ornament tree with everybody else's ornaments. So you could post a comment with some stupid gingerbread cookie on a tree, like, oh, hello, Merry Christmas to all, and then people could like it. Like, what the hell is this? Is this some sort of cheap Twitter thing? Yeah, that was a load of bull. Load of bull. And the firework one. The firework annoyed me. I think did they downscale the difficulty at which you could get gold at some stage, because it seemed to be that I was pretty far away, and then the game updated, and then I had gold or something, and I was like, okay, this is a bit weird. So I had maximum, and then I could claim it. We managed to reclaim M4, which is super important. What else? The riddles were interesting, but they were a bit repetitive, I noticed. 2 armies, yeah, okay, let's go in here. You could... My Oathbreakers, I've nearly run out of Oathbreakers. This army's going to have to change soon. I have to use Guardians there instead, which is going to make him much slower. Sad times. Maybe I can go down and get another Oathbreaker tile. And there was only like 8 or 9 riddles I noticed every day, so if you cycle through like the first 2 or 3 times, you pretty much guaranteed the last time you're going to get the prize. So but that was okay, I suppose, even though some of the questions were poorly worded and written. And some of them, I don't know if you got those one and you got, what was it, like 10 seconds at the beginning to answer or something before they upgraded it to 20, and my writing was super tiny on my phone, and it was like almost like 2 full lines of text, and then the answers were pretty substantial as well. And just the question came up, and I was like, oh my god, like what? I put the phone right to my face. Like 3 seconds left. Oh my god, what? Thanks, guys. Like, whose smart idea was it to do essay questions? And then I also noticed that the multiple choice changed from 4 to 3 at some stage as well. Can you tell me if R3 Aragon tier 3 is any good or better than tier 2 Aragon R5? Sorry, let me re-shuffle that in my head. Can you tell me if R3, okay, so King Aragon at respect 3, is he better than Aragon the Second at R5? Okay. I did a video on Aragon. Did I do a video on King Aragon? I'm not entirely sure. I think I got the stuff sent to me. But Aragon is good at 5 for anti-stun lock armies. So, as a men, I think I remember saying this before. I've said this before a few times. Aragon 2 is solid as a man melee army against other melee armies, stun melee armies. It would be your rock paper scissors. If you come against that type of army, then you are going to just win hands out at R5, because you can pick stun immunity with like 1 point in here, and then you can gain initiative during the combat, and then you can do men damage, and then down here you can do bonus damage against enemy melee units, and bonus damage for your melee units, and all this sort of stuff, counterattack for melee units. Just everything in here is about boosting your men or melee units against their melee units. You can make him, I've seen people use him as good, semi-decent damage dealers, because you can get sort of like decent gear with base stat equipments, bonuses, ignoring the race restriction, so you can get like drums on him and stuff like that, which is solid. And so I've seen reasonable DPS builds. My only question about making a DPS build for Aragon is there are so many other DPS characters available. It confuses me a little bit why you would take Aragon 2 down that road. Not to say that I have not seen strong builds for it. For me, I would personally build him as melee, anti-melee units. And if you come against something like a Gandalf, for example, or anything that's going to be based on trying to stun you out of battles, then you're completely immune to the stun, even with just putting 1 point into Sun and Moon Splendor. And then everything you're going to take is boosting up your melee damage or your men damage and stuff like that. So he for me that is a solid build. He's good against evil as well, because if you want to spec him that way, you can maximize Sun and Moon Splendor, and you can get that 25% attack against orcs and Urukai. But yes, that is how I would have Aragon 2 if I was going to use him. I don't use him that much, so that's why I only have him at R3. I'm not pushing him too much. I think he's similar at 5. Again, the same though. You can make him DPS. I've seen solid DPS options with him here, but his 5 is solid against, again, sort of like anti-stun, anti-madness, Galadriel, Sauron, Gandalf, maximized King of Men, and the whole battle you're like minus 90% damage received whenever any of your army is stunned or mad. You know, it just completely negates them doing a whole lot of damage. And like I said, I have seen good builds where Aragon 2's been fine-tuned up with damage increases and base equipment and things like that. So there are two ways that I see that you're building him. But what was the original question? Sorry, there was which one's better, R3 Aragon tier 3 or the tier 2 R5? I think R5 Aragon 2 is good against those specific armies where I said, like, stunning armies, heavily stunned armies, if you come against them quite often, and you're going to go with men melee versus, you know, whatever. At 3 here, you're losing the protection from stun and madness. So his protection from stun and madness changes in his final form to this as King Aragon. So you become slightly more vulnerable against it, but he has a whole load of damage dealers, so like precise blow damage, increase bonuses from equipment, so you can get ridiculously high. If you're a whale, you can get super high stat bonuses. Damage dealing ability down here, damage dealing here, bonus chances for your commander damage, so you can see all these damage stat abilities from his tier 1 and tier 3s, sorry, from his Anduril and Strider abilities combining off each other. Damage dealing, boosted for his damage dealing, boosted stats, damage dealing, and damage dealing. So he's got like 4 semi-decent damage dealing abilities here. So that would be my difference. If you're at tier 3 for him, I would probably, so respect 3 for the king. I'd take him more of a damage dealer. It depends on what other damage dealers I have. If you don't have things like Legolas, Gimli and things like that, you want him to do damage dealer. But also depends if you desperately want to use flex out your tier 3 commanders. Like I'm so bad at it. I only have 2 tier 3s, and I'm just desperately trying to level them up ready for the next season. And I will go with those 2 as my spear characters for the season. I didn't make the last firework part. I believe they did change. They changed the requirements towards the end. I noticed, and then I got like a gear piece. I'm going to Gandalf and Nazgul's. Does he also ignore madness? Which one? King Aragon doesn't ignore it. He just has that 90% damage reduction if he is stunned or mad. So in a way, if you're going to go against those stun armies, let me think. But do you care as much? If you're going to go with King Aragon, do you just want to go with King of Men anyway? Because presumably you've got quite a lot of points in. So if you're going to pick up a whole lot of these attacks, extra attacks, and because you're going to deal like this bonus here, 50% chance of gaining damage maxed, you're probably going to take a whole lot of these damage abilities even at a lowish level, just to make sure you've got as many damage abilities going on as possible. Then he's going to be doing most of your damage. So the rest of your units are there just to tank and not die. So in a way, actually King of Men, you want to go against stun and madness characters simply because, fine, stun and make my characters mad, my units mad, that's okay. They're going to take 90% less damage, and all my damage stuff is coming from me anyway, and I'm just going to take a whole load of tanks. You know, so have a good time dealing 90% reduction on all of my tank units whilst I'm pounding you with my sort of like 4 weapon skill attacks here. So that's probably how I would go with King Aragon. I'm not entirely sure I'd take either of these, but I'm sure there's builds that use them. How are my tips going? I should just speed up this elven one in case I forget, because I need these bloody elves to send them out on this one. So I have noticed as well, I'm getting these resource cart ones every day, and they're in like middle of nowhere spaces. Like they'll be like here, and I'm just really lazy. I can't even be bothered to take 2 tiles just to get that 30k experience. Just too lazy. How am I doing with these Ents? We've managed to finally get Ent farms, as you can see. Smashed through the first set of Ents for 90,000 experience. Slam the rest of them and kill the second load, and another 90,000, so 200,000 XP. Not bad for 1 minute's work on Legolas. If you don't know about that, farming XP, I would recommend checking that video out on my channel or on anybody else's channel where they discuss about farming Ents. It's well worth checking out and vital in the game, if you control these type of areas, why they are so important, especially early game. Less important towards the end of the game when you've already got your commanders leveled up, but early on, Ent farming or farming off any sort of tile, unit tile that's level 3 or higher. But as you can see, I'm kind of just stuck in this position. I'm not entirely sure where I want to go and fight. Do I want to go and fight over towards the ring? It looks like Linden and Angmar are fighting each other. Like I said, this is what's happening now. They're too busy fighting each other than they are going for Dol Guldur. So the armies have replenished. How much damage my legs is not my key. A guy in my fellowship, he has gone crazy for. Let's see if I've got any of his reports. Yeah, so this is his Legolas. Oh, he killed the stuff super quick, so he's only against a 30. Never mind. Let me see if I've got him against a 50. Here we go. Here's a proper fight. He was doing 264,000 commander damage and 87,000, but he has tuned his Legolas up a little bit higher than I have. So he's on all 5/5. He's really focused on that one character. Is, like I say, it is something that I probably need to do, and just really powerhouse up. He's got his Durin's Plate up to 4. Look at that might bonus. This is why I'm trying to persuade everybody to go with dwarves next season. I say maybe we should play Erebor next season, because the dwarf potentials for these damages is crazy. But he's 356. I don't have the same. I've not focused on him as much. He's sort of like there because I'm running mainly my cav armies. So he's not too bad. His gear's okay-ish. Plus 40 might on his weapons, not too bad. With damage, ignoring damage, defense. Bit of bonus might, scale mail. I could upgrade it. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure. I'm always apprehensive. Like towards the end of a season, I'm apprehensive about going too much into a character with my gear rather than saving it, and then at the start of next season having something to do. When I've chosen my character, I can really upgrade like one of every piece of their gear or something. But yeah, as I said, these guys are still fighting here. Linden and Angmar too busy to take the ring from the elves. They just don't want the other person to take it. Which probably makes sense, actually, because when one team takes it, it becomes much harder for the other person because they've then got those 50 armies, or sorry, 80 armies now to burn through. So that makes sense. But I'm not entirely sure where I want to go and fight. Do I want to go and fight somewhere down here? There's nothing left to fight unless like stragglers and, you know, bits of things. There's really is nothing left of Gondor. They're kind of just resistance fighting in these territories down here. So really, you know, the only territories left are kind of over here. If I want to go and fight over here, I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. I'm kind of stuck. I don't really want to get involved in any one area at the moment. Maybe I should go towards the ring. As you can see, 8 days, 2.1 million, and it's pretty much all in there. Look at that, it's pretty much all Linden and Angmar in there. All those top groups fighting for it. And at the bottom you've kind of got one Rohan and one Lothlorien faction fighting. But over here, where the elves seem to be trying to apologies, trying to regather. Don't fail me now, voice. Elves are trying to regather here. That's it. The rest of the world's pretty quiet, you know. Just Mordor. And, oh, that's interesting. We have Gondor over here. Peculiar. They've traveled far away from home. I think a lot of people kind of getting that idea now. And remember I said we did it early on where we were getting ganged here, so it was just push through as hard as we can and just try and get into a corner and kind of just like, no, please don't hurt me. Please, mister, I won't hurt you again. You know, it seems to be like a lot of groups, you know, get to the corner, survive a few punches and get back out again. So... But I mean, it's nice to see that the small factions who don't have a whole load of people, Arnor, Isengard, Erebor, Rune, everyone's just kind of left them with their capitals. I don't know that if that's out of respect a little bit. I was a bit surprised because I thought these factions would get mowed over towards the end, and there was no chance. But I don't think any of them have even had their capitals threatened. So that's kind of a good level of sportsmanship. Has that happened on your servers? I don't know. Is there a show of respect for these groups that have no chance of doing anything for the game? I kind of want an Oathbreaker, but there's no chance I'm going to find an Oathbreaker tile for free down here. I'd have to ask. Somebody. Ooh. Okay, it's not as like I said, Arnor. We have kind of a deal with Arnor and Isengard to trail through this area, so we're not at war with those. So that's good to see. Who's down there? Aston the Great. Aston the Great. These name changes are confusing me as well. Again, like keeping up with dates, it's been ages since I did an update thread to discuss about new changes and stuff. So it's been a while, but apologies. But there is now the feature to change your name once a season for 500 gems there. And it's confusing the hell out of me because I keep coming online and there's like somebody completely new. And I'm like, where has this person come from? Or, you know, somebody being, you know, vocal inside chats and you're like, that person sounds exactly like that other guy that's a moron. And it's no surprise it is that moron. Right. I should be trying to do some sweeps. Where are my characters? Let's fill up these armies actually first. No Oathbreakers, I might have to change this army. Let's roll with that for one more hit. I'm gonna stop using her, but I'll still keep a full army on her. My Thorin, he's okay. I kind of like him. My anti sort of ranged, he's okay. I need to work on some of these up to higher levels. Where? Oh, they're all stacked on that tile, apart from Legolas is over there. So where are oh, those two are there as well. Jesus, is everybody there? It's like a party of all of my okay characters. So all that's left at home is a bag of balls. Right, okay, so I can sweep some of these things. Okay, let's have a look at Galadriel. I haven't done a video for her yet. I don't think, I can't remember, it's been a while. So strategist, and she has the heal subtext. So it's like I said, I'm slowly trying to power these up, and I do need to work on her gear. At tier 1, I think I have looked at her before. I've said she's had pretty solid options with that focus damage build, with the focus attack and two focus damage dealing attacks. That one choosing 2 different targets as well, and that one doing madness. And then down here with your heals and your heal recoveries makes for quite a nice, well-rounded, even tier 1 character. And I think she is a good run for. Even like a Gandalf at 3, but working in a different way. So her sort of like more focused damage dealing, but also having focus healing and focus damage dealing, versus Gandalf's sort of more stunny, tricksy abilities and damage avoidance, which isn't as bad anymore because of how they changed pursuit. Fewer people tend to have pursuit, I've noticed, especially against Oathbreakers and things like that. Maybe it's just us though, I'm not sure. So I will need high level focus gear for her, and I don't actually have I have stuff on Gandalf at the moment, so let's have a look about. I'm not entirely sure about having an Elven Dirk on there anymore. I just had it on him because I needed some extra damage dealing to help him actually do stuff. And then Pierce just with the extra damage dealing potential ability. But I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of people go with Carbers on him actually, and dealing the extra focus damage, and especially for Galadriel as well, for the same thing. Boca, you lose that army attack, evil men, evil men. Oh, is it both men and evil men? Did it just used to be evil men? Men, evil men. I wish they'd learn the power of a comma. Men, evil men. I guess it's men as well. Okay. After the commander performs a normal attack, 35% chance of dealing an additional 17.3% focus damage. I think maybe I should be switching to that, especially because I've got a whole load of Carbers, so I can pump it up to 1, 2 star. But might focus speed and army speed elves, switching for smite. Might focus men attack. I'm not sure. What do you guys use? Let's have a look, compare it to base level, because I've got a base Dirk. So Dirk's 664. Trading a 664 for an 8-8. 8-8 and changing that speed for army attacks. What do you guys use? Anybody use Galadriel a lot? What do you guys use on her? Because that's pretty much what I'm going for now. Oh, Cutlass. Cutlass could have the same ability. Cutlass and Carvers. Oh wait, no. It can't be Cutlass because speed. I don't care about speed. Sorry, my bad. I'm thinking wrong. Carver or Elven Dirk? Yeah, my Akenwet can take it. I'm not entirely sure whether I want I gain focus. I gain focus and a little bit of might and lose speed. And I'd trade army speed elves for attack army men. Yeah, but Pierce got changed, didn't it? Recently, I think I got it's for the triggering of Gandalf's heal, but now it has changed. I've just not changed the gear piece for the normal attacks, because remember it didn't used to be normal attacks have a bonus chance. It used to be yeah. You could guarantee every single attack that you would do another attack, and then you would gain the heal. And now it's like the damage has skyrocketed, but the chance of it triggering has gone down. So that's why I used Elven Dirk. I've just not switched since the changes. So that's why I'm not too interested in Pierce anymore. I'll switch over to possibly Smite, because I may as well take the bonus focus damage, which I can modify with my focus stat, rather than taking it off my normal attack and not having as much. Just a baseline physical damage. I'd rather be doing a modified focus damage. Realistically, Smite and those type of things, Pierce, I think they're best on things like Legolas, with your extra chances of having another normal attack. And then you can get sort of like 50% twice, so you can pretty much guarantee an extra attack, sort of thing. Carver Cutlass. Well, Cutlass doesn't have focus. It's got to be Carver then, hasn't it? Yeah, okay, it's got to be Carver. So, okay. So Smite is the ability that I want. So I want to power up that Smite and then switch it over with his Dirk. Or do I necessarily need to dismantle that at this stage? I could probably do that at the beginning of next season and just take them both at the moment. Because I can only get it up to 1 2-star anyway, so it doesn't really matter if I get it to beyond 2-star, I think, necessarily at this stage. Do I want to switch to using her at this stage? God, I've not leveled her up yet anyway. No, I'm going to stick with Gandalf. I'm going to stick better the devil, you know. I'll wait for her till next season. Oops, sugar. But I will start upgrading that weapon just so I remember not to break it down. So it's the Carver that I want to upgrade. I'll drain away. Ugh. I'll get rid of the bow. I'll keep the battle axe, really. The bow, the broadsword, and bow, the broadsword, and the hammer. bow, the broadsword, and the hammer. Bow. The broadsword and the hammer. Wish there's an easy way to do this, and bloody Tess might remember every time I need to bloody do it. And then I can refine this piece, because I have two. So one. Good. Boop, 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 boop. Two. Okay, so 35% chance of dealing an extra 52% focus. Obviously that's modified by focus stat, so that's going to go up, so that's okay. Alright, so at least I'll remember that I don't want to get rid of this piece. I'm umming now and still about the other pieces, because the cutlass, why I didn't dismantle the cutlass is I'm kind of semi, like I said, I semi think I might use Eowyn still until the end of the season, because I'm running Rohan, so make the most of marshals. So I'm tempted maybe to power up a little bit. We will see. The pipe is better on Gandalf. I think it's the ability though. I went with sustain. I think my pipes are rubbish. I've just got resource gatherer. Yeah, resource gatherer, which was like great. And army speed dwarves. If I had something with a semi like battle combat use ability, then I would go with it. I'm not even sure I used dwarves with the Gandalf. I can't remember. So I just put the harp on for him at the moment, just because he had a useful ability. You know, you can use upgrade gear. Yeah. You can break it down and use the pieces, but that's why I'm not particularly in a rush at the moment to do it. Like, I know that it does make a difference having those 4 stars and 5 stars to get the best out of those battles, but I personally find that has a bigger impact early season. I tend to find later season, because people have got like it's more about economy and how many armies you've got, because you can have a fully spec'd up sort of a Galadriel, but if I can hit you with like 5 tier level 50 commanders, then I'm going to grind you down anyway. So I don't know. At this stage, like I said, I'm not too bothered about pushing everything into the same ones just to power up things mega. It's slowly happening anyway. It's just, if I got a good pipe, I would definitely push up the pipe for the focus. And I am using this mithril coat at the moment for him, which is by no ways ideal, and that can most definitely change. But focus, army defense, and damage avoidance, just because I thought like with Gandalf it made it super avoidy. But yeah. Hello everyone. Hello Jamil. Hope you had a good Christmas and a nice period. Such a better focus 2 commanders. Yeah, and I agree, especially early on. I think like the first like 3 weeks when we were coming against fully decked out like 1 commanders, and we were having to send like 7 commanders at the same time, like 1 Galadriel maxed out, then it's devastating. But I still think later on, I know what you mean. It is still better to have 1 really super high character and 1 mega powered Galadriel, and making somebody else use 4 or 5 armies, but it's less of a major concern. If you come against a whale, you come against a whale. But I find for like general wear and tear and usage and being more effective on the battlefield, especially when we're fighting like on maybe 6 or 7 fronts, that do I want to have 6 or 7 usable commanders, or do I want to have 2 powerful commanders? Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one, and I've got quite a lot of commanders I'm still fidgeting around with. So, yeah. Also, guys, if you have full geared one, you wreck people. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, for next season, it will happen. I will pick 2 early on, and I'll like merge everything into. That's why I'm kind of keeping the stuff that I'm like using on my gear pieces. I'm keeping up so I can gold star them when I fully decide. I'm just getting rid of the pieces that I 100% know that I'm not really going to be using next season. Like this gold is a problem now. I'm getting enough gold body pieces that I could level up one piece to a reasonable level. I just haven't chosen which one. I just haven't chosen which one. I do like Ranger Shroud, and I could upgrade one to next level. Strength from Dexterity. Bonus might during combat, effect modified by commander's speed stat. Or defense ranged. I do like Ranger Shroud. I could boost Ranger Shroud, but I have this problem of which character do I put the Ranger Shroud on? And is it better than any of the pieces of gear? Might focus on the golden. I should really compare these stat lines more. Ranger Shroud, 9 might, 14 speed, and bonus attack for ranged. Golden Skin, 12, might and focus, so that's speed, that's focus. Focus with defense men and might. And might hit point. I do like that on a Durin. I really like Durin's plate. On Thurin, sorry, or even like Dane or something like that, you know. If you notice it, that was the plate that Red had on his Legolas, I think, before. So I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. Or the Mithril Coat. It's such a bad piece, Mithril Coat. I don't know why I'm bothering with that. I should change that immediately. But to which piece? If you whale, it doesn't matter. You will have all. True, but I've noticed that like even the whales tend to still just have like two. They have like five, maxed 5-star, or at least on our server. They had, like a max Galadriel and a max Gandalf the White with all 5 gold items. And then they were just using those two. Because of their production requirements, again, I suppose it made more sense to make sure that you killed the maximum with your losses. Looking at which game commanders do I have, and does that fit anyway? I saw people second season having all commanders and 2 already fully geared gold. Yeah, I saw a few people on that. Like I said, that we were having a Galadriel. She was like 650 focus on like the second week, near enough maxed. The guy had farmed hard on her, and it was just ridiculous. We were literally having like almost like it was a keep attack. We had to like launch 7 or so or 8 armies on this Galadriel to land, roughly at the same time, just to get rid of that one army. And then that one army went back, and the guy would log back on and send the one army back again. And it was just horrible for like holding bridges and crosses and stuff, because you always knew that one army was going to be there, reinforced, maxing. So I definitely want to be in a position next season where I can cope with that a little bit better. So I know what you're getting. I definitely will push everything on whichever character I choose to use as a main next season. But for now I can play around. I don't think I need it maxed. Because for me, like, it's the same with this plate mails here. The stuff that I have on them, the abilities are not particularly that great. So I'm not sure when I get a piece of body that I really like. It could be a Durin's plate, it could be a plate of the Citadel, it could be a golden skin. I'm not entirely sure yet. So to burn all these into just one piece, then I hedge my bet, and then the next time I get a Durin's plate that's got a really cool ability, but I've burnt away my Durin's plate to upgrade the star power. I think you probably better just holding on to him. I would use that Ranger Shroud. Maybe this one potentially isn't too bad on a cavalry commander. But I'd quite like a gold body piece that's heavily based on focus, because for me there are not a whole load of really good purple, apart from like and I don't seem to have one, the cloak, the elven cloak. I seem to have been unlucky and not received one. Like I said, I only got a drum. My first drum only was recently. So I've just been a bit unlucky with some of this gear stuff. Just got to be in it to win it. So I'm just saving all those for now. I do have all these headpieces to get rid of that I could upgrade. What is my Focus Commander's headpiece? Trapper's Hood. Ugh. Oh, I went with that for the Hysteria. But again, focus and speed and army attack ranged are just it's not a nice combination of stuff. Might speed, might focus. Isn't there a bone mask with a bone mask with Hysteria? I get a feeling the bone mask with Hysteria would be better. Bone mask, bone mask, bone mask. Do you get Hysteria? Oh no. That's a shame. Damage reduction. Oh yeah, madness. Sorry, I'm blind. Hysteria. Second one down. Wakey wakey. Okay, so yeah, every 2 rounds, Hysteria. So I feel like I want a bone mask on there. So I should keep those bone masks so I can upgrade the star 1, 2. Okay. See what I mean? This is the dilemma that I end up being in. I end up knowing that I want gear, but I don't have the gear piece, or I don't have the gear piece with the ability that I want. They really should allow you to like burn another purple or like a weapon token to re-roll the ability, or something, some way of getting a re-roll on that, because it's rubbish when you're sat here with many, you're just waiting for RNG to get the piece with the ability that you want it to have. Rubbish. So that there, Bane of Dwarves. What a bit of a rubbish ability that is. Army speed, melee +2. Army siege dwarves. I'd like any of those type of things. I'm kind of stuck. This is the position where I get stuck into now. I'm kind of like, I've upgraded bits and pieces for too many commanders, and now I don't have anything. And I do have this headpiece here. Cask of the Submerged Island. Might, focus, and speed, and chance of madness. So I think I got the best ability on there, and I'm tempted to push in the Call of the Forest, because for me that's just too temperamental with the beast things, too dependent upon having a specific unit. They removed the dismantle, got rid of said. Yeah, we were discussing about the dismantle earlier on, but we were saying that one of the benefits kind of is that I seem to get a lot more gear from tips. And we noticed before there's like 2-star, 3-star, 4-star equipment gear drops, and if you get like the 4-star, it's like a guaranteed purple. And these ones are not as great, 11%. But I seem to be getting a lot more purple gears. For me, it's this upgrading the commander thing, because I want to upgrade them, but burning away all of those bloody gear stuff. Yeah. And I noticed you don't get anything bonus if the gear's been like leveled up or powered. Doesn't make a difference, does it? I think 6. You get 6 no matter what, and that's shoddy. I mean, seriously, why? Why would you? Total rubbish. 39. Jesus. Robbing sods. Again, I'm definitely gonna use Theoden next season no matter what, because I always use 1 cavalry commander, so that I can be sure of. And then I will wait until I know which factions, because I might go Thorin and Galadriel as like a DPS Heelys and like a heal stun block. Right. Like I said, I don't have a whole load of stuff to discuss. I mainly wanted to talk about the changes. I know a whole load of people have quit the game, and they've like disassociated themselves with the game because of the changes in their view of how the game is progressing. I don't know. I think that's probably a bit too knee-jerky. I think it's a little bit too early to exactly say what the game does. Of course they're going to want to make money, but what are they going to sacrifice to achieve that? I think it's a bit too early to say. I think next season is going to be a very interesting season because we'll get an idea, depending. Are they going to be able to keep roleplay and mixed servers separate? How is that going to work? Or will they merge everyone back together, which will cause outcry? Will there be a different type of season 3 with a different feature instead, and maybe mixed gets merged back in, but that wouldn't really work? I'm just kind of putting these points in anything, so I don't really care. I'm never going to use these characters. I kind of wish it was like just an auto point placement, because this is just completely irrelevant. It's like, whatever. Just don't care. I just send them out in tips, so they level up. But whatever, it's irrelevant. Season 3 may be interesting, but for me, season 2 was really bad. I've not enjoyed season 2, but for a different reason. I've not enjoyed the way the politics worked out this season. It kind of got me very, very tired. Like, because we were the biggest faction from the beginning, and we kind of got the receiving end of like a bit of a gangbang from everybody else, and there was like 9 fellowships and everybody wanted their own say, and it's just kind of got a bit sour, and there's a lot of ego and personalities in the group, and people trying to dominate themselves and walking around, you're like, I am the spokesman, I speak for, everybody does what I want them to say, follow me, everybody. It's just been yeah, okay, whatever, Mr. Adolf. So that has put a dampener on, but that's mainly just been because of the group. I'm just kind of grinding down, waiting for the next season, hoping that it's not the same, and I'm not with some of the same personalities. I'll put the wrong point in. And I kind of wish maybe I'd played in like a more quieter faction, where at least you would have, had a little bit more unity. And okay, we're not going to win it, maybe we'll have a hard season, but we'll be united together rather than having to deal with a load of Muppets. Which reminds me, first 3 rounds, what the hell do I want that for? Jesus. Okay, whatever. Speaking of Muppets, what I did do over the Christmas period, I will show you. They're not finished yet, but can I reach? Can you see that in my background of my camera? No, you can't. Okay, give me a second. I will show you my projects over Christmas. Here we go. This was my first one. The camera's a bit too light, I think, on him. He kind of looks a bit weird with his weird droopy eyes, but it makes too much of a sound. But yeah, this is how to spend your Christmas.
Hello, I love you. Let's kill Angmar. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I got a bit weird. But yeah, at Christmas I decided to make 2 more. So the base of them, I know it's not really to do with Lord of the Rings, I apologise if you've tuned in and I'm doing Muppet Hour, but yeah, these are the next ones that I'll be doing. So maybe I should start hosting the whole live stream just as a puppet form, once I get the eyes done and all of these, and the other one that I'm making, who doesn't have his eyes yet. This is what happens when you take time away from Lord of the Rings and to be art, to do a bit of arts and craft at home, we can get a bit daft. But there we go. I'll put these away. Stop. Crazy head. Crazy head. Okay, back to normal. Stop talking about Muppets and puppets. It'll break me out of the game. Are they going to do another merge season 3? We have had no information about season 3. Does that surprise you? We also received no information about season 2. No information about season 3, which is very disappointing. I would have hoped that they would have learned from the first season that people were kind of a bit tired and a little bit of drained of not having any information updates. Same thing. Oh sugar! Did I take that tile? No. So we are lost. We are lost without an update. Do I think they will merge again? I'm not sure they will, because the roleplay servers are so full. I mean, the distribution is not good. The distribution, it was terrible, which is not entirely surprising. And I feel like mistakes were made there about, what do I want to say? The mistakes made that allowed factions to have too many people in them. And because of that, you ended up with situations where some were completely full and some would only just started to, have people sign up to them, and that was terrible. Shouldn't have happened. I think our faction filled up like after 24 hours, and some other factions are still not full. So that needed to have been sorted out. It was a bit of a ludicrous situation. And I think trying to merge two of these overpacked, crowded servers together now is just not going to be possible. There was so few space early on for any sort of farming. It was terrible. So I don't think there'll be another merge. You could say that maybe they will merge in sort of like much older servers, but I don't think it will work. Sorry, much younger servers, but I don't think that will work. And I think there'd be too many people leaving because they'd be playing against people too strong. So I don't think there'll be a merge. There might be merges for the mixed servers, because from what I've heard, a whole load of those are like half dead. So, Loveface is back. I'm playing Angmar. Come on, let me just see if I can change that setting this time, just to get rid of Loveface, who's now twice decided to spam the stream. Loveface, you ruin it for everybody. I've reached 100 messages today with Restream chat. Yeah, but Restream chat, half of those have been Loveface trying to spam everybody to get to go and watch some naked women. How do I should have asked Antoine before he logged off. I should have asked him, how do I change the setting? Sign in to YouTube, click your profile picture and click setting. Profile picture. And then settings. No, I was on this before. Your channel. Channel status and features, create new channel, view advanced settings. Maybe it's that. Nope, move channel, delete channel, channel ID. Ads, playbacks and subscriptions, info cards, notifications, permissions. Where is my setting to change this? Does anybody know? Anybody know how you change settings so that you have to be subscribed to post? I'll Google it. Subscribers only post. YouTube. Setting the video as unlisted. Only subscribers will see them. Unlisted means that only people who know the link can view it. But I want to limit comments. Okay. Sign into YouTube Studios. From the left menu, click Settings and then Community. Sorry, give me a second, guys. I'm just going to try and get... I'm just going to try and change this. YouTube Studio, okay. From the left menu, click Settings and then Community. I don't have a Settings and Community tab. What is this talking about? Sign into YouTube Studio. Okay, I'll just click this YouTube Studio link. Okay, from the left menu, click Settings. Settings. Community. Oh, I found it. Community. And then what? If you have the community tab, choose your default settings under comments. If you don't have the community tab, choose your default setting for new videos. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, I need to learn more about this. I can only allow all contents, hold potentially inappropriate comments, hold all comments for review, disable comments. Maybe I can just, oh no, they just send emojis, random emojis, so I can't even block words. Oh, I can block user on YouTube. Okay, I have power. Okay, sorry, I have power in the YouTube app, so I can just block from here. Okay, not a problem. I found out how to do it. I'm back. The only possible merge is if they expand map and make it bigger for more players. It will. It depends on how many people they get to sign up to the next season as well. I think how much people will bother with it, for sure. Physical damage ignores 5%. Those abilities are not great for her. Ridiculous bonus to might. I'll just shove that cutlass on her for now. Because I'm not sure what sort of like the dropout's been from this season, to be honest. I'm not sure how many people have just been like, yeah, whatever, I can't be bothered with it. So that will probably play a factor to it, I think. I don't think they're going to increase the map. Unless they want to do something really funky. And I can't see them bothering. I honestly can't. I should put whatever on it. I need to train with Theoden to get his gear matching up. I mean, they did say, I'm pretty sure they said at the midway through the, oh, we've gained a keep. Oh, okay. So remember before I said about LotR had gained Wald? Well, they lost it. It's gone. Eeks. Bad times for them. Really bad times. Let me know if you can't post. I've just changed the setting and I'm not sure how that affects. But yeah, they've lost this keep. Their only keep in the world has disappeared. Well, I suppose they have an unlock, but realistically they don't have it at all. It's not really theirs. It's theirs just as a placeholder because everybody else doesn't want to let them have it. Okay. I was just putting gear pieces on. I need to. Oh, he is 46 minutes still. Bloody hell. So Galadriel, I suppose she can mock battle. I was surprised how easy I was taking these 300s actually a couple of days ago. Well, no, sorry, around Christmas. I started slamming through a couple of these. And he is mowing down those Ent armies with relative success. He's losing some troops. I suppose really I should be changing this army out to kill Ents, and I've not done that. I've been a bit lazy with that this season. Modifying my armies, I've just been like, yeah, whatever, they'll take some losses they can deal with, I'll just build more. I'll send you a note over here. Okay. If people are so inclined, let me jump into the live stream channel on the Discord, our private Discord, and power that up onto here. Okay, so if you are watching the stream, if you want to speak, say anything, you are more than welcome to drop into our Discord. I will post a link in a second. I'm going to try and find it. Server settings, invites. Let me see the link. Okay, I'll make a new one. I'll just make another invite to join the channel. General chat channel. Invite people. Copy. If you wish to join into the voice channel and express your opinions and thoughts about anything that's happening on your season or your server, you feel free to jump in. I'll probably be around for about another half an hour. 40 minutes on the live stream, so you are more than welcome to pop in and let me know updates on your guys. Oh my gosh, he's starting to lose a fair bit. I think Dunedain's is not a good combo unit in there. Hello, Reversa Libra. Hope you had a good Christmas, full of fun and joy and happiness and millions of pounds. Yeah, in real life was fun, in game wasn't. Just for your server or just the Christmas events or the Christmas changes? I kind of got a little bit sour about the game over Christmas, and it was really weird though. It wasn't when we got mauled and destroyed. I was okay with that. It didn't really affect me too much because I always thought, oh, we're going to bounce back. But inside the faction disappointed me, and I wasn't really happy with how the politics internally went within the Rohan faction. Kind of put me off the game a bit, and I just kind of was focused on Christmas more, and kind of was just like, whatever, what will be in game, and I can't be bothered getting stressed about it, whatever. So yeah, that's kind of why I've not been around. Plus I've been sick the last week as well, so I'm just getting my voice back and destroying it all during the live stream. Server overpowered Gondor. Didn't sleep while we were celebrating overpowered Gondor. Well, you'll be happy to know that at least that on our server things are not going very well for Gondor, I'm afraid. I've got all these battle tags that are showing up. Yes, this is our situation, our server, and unfortunately Gondor have gone bye-bye. And Lothlorien have also gone bye-bye. Like I said, if you remember early on, when Rohan only had these 2 zones, and sort of like Gondor had taken all of these, and Lothlorien had taken all of these, well, it has switched. This game is all about politics. It is all about politics, but things switch and change, but I don't like internal faction politics too much. Like... our situation, we kind of have like about 6 or 7 fellowships, and then we had like 2 guys from 8-man fellowships decide, oh, well, we're going to take control of everything, and we're going to like make a separate Discord server. We're going to do all of our decision making on there, and we're just going to sort of like bully boy tactics and bully people and blah 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 blah. And I was just like, oh my god, whatever. And kind of just couldn't be bothered playing over Christmas, because like if that's how you want to play it, you want to just act like that, then I just can't really be bothered logging in. If the type that will go around and start making deals or agreements with all the factions, and then talk around going, well, I did this, I've done this, I have regained Rohan's glory, I am God, and you're like, whatever, man, dude, Because remember, like we're all saying, after a few weeks, the politics would change and these teams would change, and Angmar and Lyndon would probably come riding in and smash it. Like I think I even mentioned early on my video a long time ago when I was about admitting or accepting taking a punching and your faction getting destroyed early on, and then they were like, after we started to gain territories back, like, oh wow, we did that, we sorted out all the deals, we got all these groups. It's like, it had nothing to do with you. Two factions over here decided to make peace to move for the ring, and it was decided between them. And they'll go around saying, oh, it's me, I was speaking to them, I was making it happen. It's like, I don't think so, dude, I don't think so. I'm in Mordor, we got 1 region left. Is it your capital? I said that before, like whether there's a different sense of camaraderie about not taking capitals of weaker factions. Like on ours, all of the weaker factions, Arnor, Isengard, Erebor, and Rune, they've all kept their capitals, although maybe not Rune for long by the looks of this. Maybe they've annoyed Angmar here. But the bigger factions, we lost our capital city early on, and then Mordor and Gondor both lost theirs, and they were like fairly strong factions on the leaderboard, if you can remember our rankings board for Fellowship Productions. It was all, the top 10 was all Gondor and Lothlorien and one of Mordor, and now they've just been completely wiped out of the top tables completely, near enough. That's the biggest Gondor one, down at 16 below us. We have 52. Sorry, like I said, I'm a little bit ill. They have 97 people, and they're still below us because they've just got no territory. Oh dear. I apologise, I shouldn't be doing that. It's a disgusting habit. There we go. Okay. Thank God we don't have any internal politics because our entire faction has one. I say that, sometimes I think that's the best fun. You might not win, you might not have the strongest chance in season 2, but you got one fellowship of like 100 people. You're all going to be unified. You've all got some plans, and you can all aim and do what you want to do. Sorry, I'm going to go off camera and blow my nose here. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Hello, my friend. Please, I want your help. How can I play Thandril in R5? Yeah, again, just talking about Thandril before, somebody had the same comment, and he's one commander that I've really not looked at properly. And I think somebody got tired of me saying that I didn't know much about him, and sent me the links at some stage to go. Sorry, Gilgal had. And I just haven't got around to it. So he's one that I don't really I know a lot. I think I've mentioned it before. So what, each round against all enemies, poison damage continuous. So against everybody, all units, every round. That's not too bad. Against all enemies, receive an additional focus damage. That's reasonably solid. If you can get stuff that boosts up attacks for everything. Deals physical damage, priorities is melee. Deals physical damage, so damage dealing. Pretty solid up there. Allied elven units, chance to avoid damage 15% at max. Okay, for army build. Range units damage received minus 14% if you're gonna go for an army build. Range units damage plus 21%. Okay, so you've got damage dealing up here, and you've got sort of elven ranged buff units down here. Heal after each instance of causing physical damage, 40% chance to heal allied targets with normal attack damage plus 10% on commander. So this is a combo for Mirkwood's Vigor. Self, first damage dealt, big damage boost for personal use, and rounds 1, 4, 7, and 9, a physical or poison damage. Okay, so that goes with Mercs, and then that's an elf. Okay, so you can either make him into an elven tank unit commander and go with the Grey Elf build with elven troops and ranged troops with damage reduction, ranged units, and damage avoidance, and then also take elves damage received minus 15% plus while defending elves damage received, sorry, minus 22% for your elves. So you kind of want to be going, he'd be good if you were going LotR and you could have your elven special units. And how would you build that? What, something like maybe I'm trying to think. March Wardens, Sentinels, Wardens, Bow Knights. You'd have to go with 3 elven units really to make it worthwhile. Focus burst and poison damage against evil armies. And then, oh yeah, I've seen that 20, what is that, like 25% chance to follow up of a second attack. So every round, every elven unit has a 25%-ish, I think, chance of having a second attack. So yeah, you go troop build and go with 3 elven units, and you probably go with 2 DPS, 2 ranged DPS units and 1 tank unit, and then just take the maximum damage avoidance for your elves, your ranged units taking less damage, your ranged units dealing more damage, your range units have 25%, so all of your elven units having 25% chance to get 2 attacks each turn, whilst elves are also taking less damage when defending, so you try and bait them onto attacking you, and have all the soak in the world, so you could go that build, or go with the heavy damage build, damage every turn with increased focus attack, and then another 2 attacks against physical damage, 2 attacks physical damage, bonus attack physical after each instance of causing physical damage, so a chance of heal after each of your physical attacks. So how many physical attacks are you doing? 1, 2, 2 enemy targets. So you're doing 2 in turns 3, 6, and 9. You're doing... Oh, poison damage. That's a shame. If that triggered, that would be grim. Every round, all enemies. But it's not physical damage, it's poison damage. 2 enemy targets in turns 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Bonus first damage attack. And then Mirkwood Ambush rounds 1, 4, 7, and 10. You deal 1 physical attack, and then also he has his main physical attack anyway, so that's 10. So you got 10 physical attacks, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times you attack twice. 1, 2, 3, 4 times you attack once. Extra skills. 2 times 8 is 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's 20 times physical attacks you do, plus your 10 from your commander normal attacks. So you do a grand total of 30 physical attacks during combat. So that will trigger 30 times. After each instance of causing physical damage, there's a 40% chance to heal 1 allied target. I'm guessing at max that is going to be 4 times 15, so 60%. So you're going to get 30 60% heals, which is not bad, especially because you're going to take the commander normal attack damage bonus as well. So all of those normal attacks that he does normal damage. So those would be the 2 ways that open themselves up. Either go Mirkwood's Vigor and Hair of the Greenwood the Great. You take all of those damage dealing attacks, and you take that with a nice heal, and then you take a really tanky build. Maybe use like 2 or 3 tanks in your army and just let him deal all the damage and absorb everything else. Or you go with the Elf. If you were Lothlorien, then I would recommend it. If you're not Lothlorien, I don't know, you'd have to see how it performs and go with the 2 elven range units and 1 elven tank unit, or maybe a non-elven tank unit, depends. No, you'd go elven tank unit. You'd still go elven, just because you would then gain the elven unit's 15% chance to avoid damage, and you gain the, while defending, elves receive minus 22% damage. So even the elven tank is weak, you are taking 22% less damage and 15% chance of avoiding, and even then your tanky unit's got a chance of attacking twice, and the elven tank unit still does pretty reasonable damage. So those are your 2 option builds for Thranduil, if that's who you were talking about. Sorry, I got distracted. Let me catch up with the comments and see if you guys are agreeing with me. Yeah, some people are quite stupid like that. Our faction was the same. Leader of Strongest Warband didn't agree with some stuff and blew up to spend a 100-player warband and telling Gondor all the plans. I think that happens. We're in a situation where we're getting that sort of like a division where people are just like, well, we're just going to do our own thing because we just can't be bothered, dealing with the hassle. Don't use Thranduil. He is awful. That is what my friend has said. I've heard 2 things. I don't think he's one of the best tier 3s. There are okay tier 3 build options for him, and if you've got him at 5, then maybe you've invested him already to R5 to possibly make him okay. Let me just block that user. Okay. That if you've invested him, it's the same with me with Thorin. Like, I don't think he's necessarily the best unless you're playing a dwarf player, but I've got him and I want to use him, so I'm putting some stuff into him and try and get him up to 3, and then maybe next season I'll play dwarves and get some Iron Warriors, and I think he'll be pretty solid then. But really I should just be focusing on Galadriel, which I will be doing. They also say not worth investing. Like I said, Red, the guy whose Legolas we were talking about before, from this battle He's got a really nice Legolas, and he also has Thorondor. It's the only it was one of the first tier 3. I think he might have another one now, and he said that he's not been impressed with it, and I kind of trust his opinions on stuff. He was asking about somebody else recently though. Maybe he's unlocked somebody else, because he messaged me and asked. Maybe it was Gil Galahad, and I think Gil Galahad's also pretty underwhelming compared to some of the other abilities of tier 5 characters. Of tier 3 characters, sorry. King of the Dead. Pieces. Pieces, you make me cry with your look. But I also think a Pieces buys a lot of boxes. A lot of boxes. I hate how the reports don't stay up for long. So I try and go back and... Oh, it's still going to show me these. Where's some of the Pieces battles? Or maybe she doesn't post in here. Come on. Malevolence, I put this channel for everybody to post, and dude, it's just you posting 100 times. Okay, here we go. Here's a Pieces Theoden. Not her highest of gears. Let's see if I can find her Galadriel, sorry. He did alright against that Galadriel. You can see there's a pretty powered up Galadriel with reasonable gear. She got mowed down reasonably well by a Legolas, but at the beginning of the season, that type of Galadriel build with 587 focus on it would be grim to deal with. But now, you can just fire in a Legolas there. Yeah, I think I've seen near enough 700 on mine as well. It is crazy. Where's Beezy? She has a much better Thorin than I do. Hers is leveled up her Thorin as well. This is the same person here with Thorin here with near enough maxed out gear with an R3 Thorin, and what did we look at before? She had the Theoden's not worked on fully yet, but let me see if I can find some of her other builds. Endurance and Pieces both have insane characters. I think Endurance is even worse. Maybe it's Endurance that I'm thinking of. The Pieces I can only find a few of. Oh, and I'm going 2 back. Ugh, it's all so bloody much. Can I find oh, this is Endurance. Endurance is a fiend, next level fiend. And I know sometimes she watches this stream as well, but Endurance makes me cry. Kind of has pretty much every tier 3 commander unlocked. But I probably can't scroll back. Okay, so that was the Dane. Not her most powered up gear, but still 5.5, 5.2, and 2.2 star on the body piece, and then Galadriel is 4.1, 4.2, 4, and 5.5. On the Galadriel gear with 590, so not the highest of focuses. Tasty. Is she doing a real battle? Does she just? Oh, she only picked up bits and pieces. Dane. Where's her? She's got an R. Oh, let's have a look at this Gandhi. What's the troll Gandhi like? Only 40, level 46. Still has 5.5 on a 46 Gandhi. Yep. I'm trying to see if I can get her. Let's Gladriel again. Where is your Eowyn? I think her own's like respect 20 or something. No, maybe I can't find the. Too many. I've gone too far back now. What a shame. What a shame. I can't find the one that I wanted to get. But never mind. I could click and look at these battle reports all day, but it doesn't really help too much. I wish there was a way of just clicking, get back to where I was already. Oh, there we go. That's it. Are you roleplay or mixed? And for season 3, which are you going? We are server 0002. Ouch, that hurt more than I would have liked. 0002, which is a roleplay server. And it's been alright so far. It's been okay-ish. Like I said, the server's been really, really topsy-turvy, and everything's sort of changed. Like I said, remember, if you look at my early reports, it looked completely different. And that's how much this game, I suppose, can change in, like 2 weeks on these later servers. I don't think you would have seen that in a server 1, where just everything would have changed so dramatically. And server 2 has that potential so much more because there's so many more players everywhere, and that swing of battle can hurt. There are probably like at least 3, maybe even 4 weeks left to go. So, I mean, in 2 weeks' time, when I fire this up, it might be completely different again. You know, Angmar are going to struggle to hold onto all those territories if they also want to hold the ring, or the same with Linden. Whoever goes for that ring and wants to hold it, they're going to have to send in so much that all of the rest of the territories are vulnerable and open to potential expansion from other groups or factions. Yeah. So, I would like to go Erebor next season. I think in my head, I'd like to flex out Thorin next season. I think I can get him up to 3, and there's some nice DPS builds with him. With that middle table and Oaken Shield combined, I think it makes some tasty DPS options, and then a whole load of tanks like Iron Warriors or something, and take a whole load of gear that also boost dwarves. I think there's some good options there, but we'll see. We'll see exactly where I end. It'll be good again, and I might make an evil account on a newer server at some stage. And then I'll probably go Galadriel next season instead of Gandalf as well, because the last couple of seasons I've started off with Gandalf. So maybe now I've got Galadriel again. Also, I'm going to focus all of my efforts on getting her up to R3, which means keeping an eye on my Matham exchanges for either those 2 characters, and then just trading everything over. We'll see what happens. I've got 15. I might let's open some boxes, because I don't think they're going to do a Chinese New Year box. I think they did the whole Christmas thing, so we will see. I mean, I hate this as well, where you get the same bloody one. I've got 5 of those to trade away. I'm going to open 15 boxes, see if I can get something. Let's see what happens. My luck of drawing boxes on streams goes one of 2 ways, either horrific or really good. So let's see what happens. Oh, what's my wish list shining for? Thorin and Gladriel are the 2 that I want. No, I don't want. No, I do want Gandalf, because I'm close to getting him to 5. So I'll add those to him for now. I'll keep that in there. To be honest, there's some monster Theodens out there. Yeah, there are. Yep. And he was who I unlocked with my Christmas box. I spent all of my unlock tokens to get him, and unlocked him and powered him up to 5. So I unlocked him and took him to 5. And I just switched all my gear over from Eowyn to Theoden, and I was just doing some mock battling just to get into 50, and then I'll get his gear up to max. But let's see what I can get with 15 chests. I'm going to do them in ones just to be more dramatic and see if it happens. Ooh, a purple gear, a Warhammer 40,000. Wow. I mean, that's not the world's worst thing. It's a purple weapon at least. I do keep using my Warhammers and trade them in. I should probably be keeping them in case if I am going to go with Erebor and no, I'm still going to use the other hammer. I'm going to use the axe instead of the hammer anyway. So, okay. Warhammer, at least it's a purple. There's my every 5 pieces get a free piece, I suspect. I'll decide whether I'm going to save those up to get Yoma up at some stage. I'm not sure whether that's the best way. I should probably be focusing more on what I've got and get those respect levels higher rather than unlocking more characters to 5 maybe. We'll see. Oh sugar, press the wrong button. A load of rubbish. Another load of rubbish. Come on, rubbish. Give me some rubbish. Yeah. My reverse psychology did not work. Oh my god. Great. It gives. I mean, I'm super happy that I get a gold piece of gear, but oh, I got another secret intel as well. That's not a bad draw actually. That I got some more Theoden or Yoma, but I got Call of the Forest. I have 2 of those now, so I've only been given 3 gold headpieces, and 2 of them have been that same piece, which would be really good if I was playing Lothlorien, and I could get a hold of beast units easy. Next season, if I play Erebor, I can get over to the beasts maybe. Eagles probably be easier to get a hold of. Bow earnings maybe at some stage. Round 5 and on, beast units 50% chance each round for stun and madness immunity. Rounds 5 and on. And I'm guessing the stun and madness immunity goes up to like 100%. So later on in battle, does it really matter? I'm not entirely sure. Army defense and focus. That's a weird combination. Sorry, let me catch up with these messages I missed. I'm curious if they will merge multiple servers again for Season 3. I don't think that will happen. I think there's too many people on a Season 2 server, and I don't think they'll change the size. I don't think they'll bother doing that. I think it's more likely they'll merge mixed servers because they're half dead. But I think these ones were probably stuck with how it is, unless they do something really, really crazy. I mean, I suppose they did do a curveball in Season 2 with the whole mixed server, and then did the normal server, which was pretty big. But now you've got to think about any change that they're going to do in the future. Are they going to do that separate for both servers? Are they going to try and bring those servers back together somehow? Or is it just 2 completely different games now? How's it going to work? Can people change? If people were on a roleplay server last season, can they change to a mixed one this season? And obviously then unlock all the rest of the other sides? Or if they were in a mixed server last season, can they switch to a roleplay server for next season? And obviously only have to choose one or the other. They can only use good guys or bad guys. There's no information. There's just nothing. Dark Dragon. Hello, stranger. I just unlocked Dane Ironfoot from respect item, have him at R1, and I'm wondering what build I should use and what respect he is best at. We've had a look at Dane before. You're Erebor as well, aren't you? I think so. You kind of go Iron Warriors and just a whole load of his damage dealing unit. So you only have him at R1 though. I think you need him R3 to make the most of his damage. I'll have a look in a second. Give me dismantling back. No Theo. I do have Theo now finally. Gothmog 2. Perfect helm for Radagast. Okay. Yeah. Or Haldir. Haldir, like three Haldir beast build with Boennings, Eagles, and like March Wardens as Lothlorien. You know, it's a solid build option with the increased defense. Probably not so much with the focus though, actually. But yeah. Okay, let's see what else we can get. Try again. Yay. Ooh, it's Hergon. It's a blue commander. I should be running out of all these to have unlocked at some stage. 800 respect for Hergon. Well, thank you very much. It does take it to 5 though, so that's not too bad with 2 extra skill points. So he's kind of done. I don't really need to bother too much about increasing him because I do use him for sieges, but you only need him at R1 for his siege stuff. So whatevs. Still, it is an unlock. How many more have I got left to go? 5. 1, 2, a double purple. It's gonna be a fair few of these purple things. I'll probably save these up because I might trade these in for those gold characters that I keep telling you I'm trying to push for desperately. I know you only get like 2/3 values out of these. So what, you get like 20. They're like 50 to buy, but you only get 20 back. And you need 150 for the gold, but whatever. It's better to get the stuff that I really need. It's it's not turned out too bad actually. I'm getting plenty of commander XP. I've got another Thorin, which is good. I got one. Why I said oh is because I got one today in my free chest as well. So like a double bonus. 1, 2 with more favor. I'll just do the last one, and a not so great at the end. One more time for a guaranteed. Go on, whatever. Let's do one more. See what I get. Another 2 pieces of favor. Wow. Okay. So lots of favor today. To be honest, if I had a whole load more Mathams, I probably would be inclined to spend them with that luck and success rate. I was saying before, today's just been a really lucky day as well, because for those who were on before, I managed to double switch my tavern and I got the these 2 pieces that I could buy with 50,000 gold. So I grabbed those two purple gears for 100,000 gold. So it was super happy days. Which reminds me, I should grab my gold from my base. Perfect time for this. Sad, I don't have a tier 3 commander. Witch King destroys, so I wish I got him. Yep. Witch King does destroy everybody. Everybody is either super happy with Witch King if they've got him, super envious of everybody who does have Witch King, or super scared if they come against Witch King on the battlefield. I do think Witch King is a bit too overpowered. I think he needs slightly toning down. But Galadriel's also a no joke, especially early on. I was Erebor in last season, but this season I'm playing as Rohan on a mixed server. Okay. That makes it a little bit more difficult to... Sorry, I've just realised I've been losing troops and not replenishing them. And also I've still not finished these upgrading buildings here, which I should probably just slowly work on. And grab... what have I lost? I've lost some of those. I'm losing my Oathbreakers, so bittersweet really, because it does give me more space to grab other bits and pieces that I need. I'm just trying to maintain some reasonable balance. Catters. Okay, and I've still got some stuff to upgrade here, but there we go. What would I recommend for Dane R1? Like I said, I mean, there's not much you can do with Dane at R1. You are governed by the abilities that he has at R1 and pretty much maxing those out, I suppose. Once you use the man at arms guy to upgrade him, you pretty much only have the first two trees anyway. There's nothing much you can do about it. So what, round 1, dealing damage and chances of stunning. What, turns 1, 4, 7, and 9. Another physical damage dealer that stops them recovering hit points in rounds 4 and 8. I really don't like that 3-round cooldown. That's not nice. And Vengeance, round 5 onwards, deal more damage once per round. And then you've got to take the bottom stuff with the extra bonuses to dwarf and melee units. So you've got to grab dwarves and dwarf and melee units. That's why I said kind of like it's better if you are dwarves, because you get the extra dwarf unit option. But it's really, you need to just push him to get him up to 3, because then he gets the Durin's Blood tree. So you can get Durin's Blood, Whirlwind, and All In, and that's going to combine better with your Iron Foot for your damage tables, and then you can just go with dwarves for defense and let Dane do all the big damage hits, and then eventually push him for 5, and then you can take even more damage-based attacks. This is like the same tree. First 4 instances of skill damage each battle. I don't like Dwarven Grit too much, but I do like Longbeard for that defense reduction. 50% ignoring defense, and then King Under the Mountain as well for increased dwarf defense stacking for your dwarf tanks before. So yeah, you need him, like realistically you need him at 3 for him to be good. At R1 he's okay. He's got 2 trees that kind of go-ish together. They're not completely opposed, but you know, you're using a tier 3 just for using a tier 3 rather than using a tier 2 that maybe is more powerful. I wish I had a tier 3. Yes. When the Christmas event came up where you could buy the packs, and I was like, what, $20? And for 3 whatever chests, I thought, oh, you know, maybe you'll be able to unlock some of these. And I was pretty angry when I spent my $20 and I got like my chest box, and it definitely wasn't worded very clear, and I just got 3 of these gift pack selection boxes equating to 900 respect, and you need 9,000 to unlock. So I was thinking, right, okay, so you want me to spend $60 to get 2,700 respect, and I would still need, what's that, like 6,300 just to unlock, and then obviously I need to realistically get him up to like 3 or something. I was not in the best of moods when I, in my opinion, wasted money on that rather than a chest. I did max out the chest box though, as you saw in the things, and I still have 12 of these as well to spend on purples. I spent a couple more of these just to finish off Theoden up. But as you can see, I now have some favors adding up. I'm gonna use that because I'm pretty much there. I'm pretty much nearly pushing him to 2. And again, he's a bit like Dane. When you get him to 3, he's pretty decent, because he's another one where you get a second DPS table. He has the same, if you notice, Kingdom of the Mountain, the same damage dealing with the stackable ability, the ignoring defense, and then the rubbish Dwarven Grit down here. But this is it's a good combo to get these 2 with his Oak and Shield abilities, and then just spends a few points on Revivalist. He's pretty much the same as Dane. Yeah, also maxed the Yule chest, but got nothing decent. I did my Yule chests, and I think I just got a bag of balls. I don't remember getting anything great at all. But I am now starting to run out of potential commander invitation letters though. My tier 1 invitation letters, I've now only got Ori left to get. And I'm curious how these statistics work. So if there's a chance of getting a tier 1 invitation letter, but I've already got all of the tier 1 invitation letters, what happens to that 1.3%? If I get it, does it re-roll onto something else? Or does it just re-roll anyway? Or does it just discount that 1.3% probability? Because it does kind of matter. Because if it just takes from the whole percentage down, then it slightly increases your percentages for everything else. which goes if it re-rolls, it does as well. Regardless, it's going to increase the chance. That's a stupid thing to say. Regardless of how the system works, that percentage chance being removed increases the percentage chance of all others. I'm just fatigued and tired trying crap. But yeah, I'd still be interested to know exactly how the mechanics work. My tier 2 invitations, look at this. Story of my life. Look at that for a choice. I mean, Arwen was okay, but I got the Arwen box last time, and I opened like 100 chests or whatever, and I happened to get the Arwen character when I was looking for Legolas. So I'm pretty sure that was more a we hate you situation. So they gave me the one that I didn't really want. I mean, now I've got Galadriel, I'm probably not going to really use Arwen anyway. So not super useful for what I have available. Then it gave me Denetha, which was a waste of time. Especially after I'd unlocked him as... No, I didn't. I didn't choose him. I chose Frodo and Sam from the special event. But either way, what a load of plop those two were. But yeah, I got Denetha like a couple of days after unlocking Frodo and Sam from that other event. And then I got Imrahil. I had all of the stuff to open up any of the... I bought 100 boxes again to get Imrahil or Elladan, and I wasn't impressed with either of them, and I traded all of my stuff away to get like Theoden respect or what have you, and then it just decided I will give you Imrahil anyway from an unlock. So I kind of got like the worst ones, to be honest. Like I literally would have rather had any of the others apart from maybe Elladan. But yeah, I've not had much luck there. And my tier 3 draws, just Thorin. So like I said, I'm starting to run out of these. So when I get one more, that's the extra 1.3% going to be changed. Actually, she's got nothing. It was a fun event though, was it? I don't know. I said there was some things that I liked about it. And I've ranted a little bit before about it. I tend to rant a lot. I felt like the riddles were a bit crazy. Sometimes they started off okay, but they got a bit farcical at one stage. And there were limited choices. There was only like 6 a day or something, or maybe like 10 a day, and you just started to get the same ones again and again and again. And my biggest gripe was the ones that were super long, like almost like an essay length, and you had like whatever 10 seconds or something to choose your answer. And I had some where it was like 2 lines in little tiny writing. It was crazy. So I thought that the ornaments on the tree was a bit rubbish as well, and I wasn't a massive fan of the fireworks, collecting the fireworks from everything and everywhere. And if I hadn't bought 100 chests, maybe I would have struggled to have finished that event. So I don't know. I for me, I felt like there was a lot of stuff going on, but they were kind of minor. I don't know if maybe I would have liked something that was a massive event would have been better for me, and then maybe they could have made it special and unique and overwhelming and really something to grab your teeth into, rather than here's 5 riddles, you can redo these 5 riddles 4 times, here's some fireworks, you can grab these fireworks, you can launch them off from some tiles and they make some fireworks for 10 seconds. Here's, for me, they were all just like little kind of pointless things rather than really focusing on one and making it something special. But for these type of games, for mobile phone games, then it is what it is. There is definitely much worse where you just log in each day and you almost like unlock the chest. They did have that this time. The daily thing, you clicked it on and some commander comes and gives you some stuff. Most events just have that on most things. So fair enough, they did have more. But for the effort and I felt like maybe they hit the mark a little bit, kind of, maybe. Do you agree, disagree? I don't know. And yes, Rivers Libre, they screwed up some of the riddles. They did, majorly sometimes, and I had a whole load of people really angry in world chat saying, what the hell is going on? Why have I got that wrong? That's crazy. AJ, how you doing, man? How goes? Yeah, I'm mixed. I kind of took 2 weeks off, 2 or 3 weeks off over Christmas, just for a mix of politics, the season being overworked and everything. So I didn't. I kind of just let everything roll over, just logging in, doing the stuff, and then logging out until pretty much today. And then I had a lot to do today when I came on, with gear and upgrading stuff and checking up on stuff, and my entire world has changed because we were pretty much destroyed down to 2 regions, and now it's not going too bad for Rohan. Tables have turned. As for the game, yeah, I was a bit surprised with the changes to the getting rid of the weapon fragments, and I thought that was going to be a big issue for me, but they seem to have balanced it a little bit in and picking up a lot of items from a whole lot of other places. And I said this about the tips. A lot of the gear dropping tips that come up every day that you can refresh. I've been getting sort of like maybe 1 purple gear every 2-3 days with 1 refresh, and then like I said today, the random guy who turns up, they do have the Matham vouchers, which is ridiculous. You're never going to use it, but these 2 gear pieces were 50,000 gold each in game currency. So I was just like, okay, 50k, that's nothing. Bam, bam. Which is interesting. I seem to be getting a lot more purple now than I was before with the weapon fragment changes. So I'm not entirely sure if they've changed the math behind it or increased the tips and probabilities and stuff. But yeah, I definitely have way more purple success recently, and I even got more golds recently as well. So interesting. So I'm enjoying that. How about you? Are you still logging in at times? Are you still rolling with it? Because I know you've been in it from beta, so I don't know. Like, still playing it for friends? Still playing it for fun? I don't know. For those of you who are interested, I'm in the live stream chat, which is linked to the stream. So if you want to pop in or say anything, if you have something to complain about, if you have want to talk for 1 minute, or if you want to talk for 20 minutes, you are more than welcome to join the Discord and pop into the live stream channel, and it will bang you straight in to here. Let me know about your channels. If you agree with something I've said, you disagree with something that I said, you want to get something off your chest, feel free as always. It should work, I'm hoping. Let's have a look. The only purples I have gotten true letters, and those are Frodo and Sam. Theoden. I mean, at least you got Theoden. I would love to have Theoden. It would ban me up another level. But yeah, Frodo and Sam is a super bag of balls, and Arwen is. I spent $100 and I have R5 Theoden, R3 Gandalf, R5 Arwen, but made all of the respect items I made into Math and Vouchers and unlocked Dane R1. Yeah, okay, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense to be tactical with your purchasing and to grab everything that you need. That's what I've done this season more. I've started to realize I don't need to just put all of the respect into all the characters. I'm better to trade it off. I think maybe that's a mistake that I made in the first season, and I've got like a whole load of characters unlocked and all like level 2s and 3s and 4s. It's probably a bad idea. Reverso Libra there. Yeah, focus on getting alerts onto R8. I'm a little bit jelly. I think I only have one character up to R8. And that's Eowyn, I think. I probably have the stuff to push her up to 9, but now that I'm switching to Theoden, it's probably a bit of a waste. Now I've got him to 5. Yeah. Let's have a look. Hi there. You know what's the problem here? The devs are lazy. Here's a 2 unbalanced. They kind of don't know what they do most of the time. I definitely feel like there's a disconnect between players and devs, and I don't know if that's to do with obviously the language barrier, different country, different, entire different, and maybe it's difficult for them. I've seen some of the stuff being given directly from the devs, and there is obviously like translation issues and problems that maybe they suffer from. But whether that's an excuse for a company to be this detached from its community, I'm not sure. I'm not sure to how much you can give them room for this as a company. They should have, especially because it's a Hong Kongese company, and okay, fair enough. I get that you've got the sort of like China investment and pushed it into there, but surely as a Hong Kongese company, you must have some sort of offices or some workplace in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong's massively multilingual. Look at that for a joke. One bloody N left. So if you run a big multinational corporation and you're selling games into the Western world, you would expect you would have some staff member. They have the videos where they have some guy chatting, a European guy chatting in English. So surely you have some access to being able to get your point across. There should be a better link of communication between not just even the video makers and the content creators, but players. We are now 2 months and a week or two into the game, and they said that the seasons last for 2 to 3 months, but then they give us nothing. They give us no information about roughly the seasons might end here, and they must have an idea at this stage. We're hitting that 2.5 month stage-ish, I think. End of September, October, November, December. We're into the beginning of January. We're about 10 weeks, I think, aren't we? 9 or 10 weeks into the game. There must be a time now here where they know when the game is going to change or when these cooldown times are going to happen. And it affects players. If you're in something that's been destroyed, your faction's been destroyed, you're looking to get to the end of that season, or if you just want to start thinking about tactics and options and when you start to make alliances or form alliances, it's important things that players need to know or leaders need to know to be making these decisions. And there's nothing. There's absolutely no information. There's a complete disconnect. That's a problem. There's a disconnect with updates. There's a disconnect with changes. There seems to be a bullheadedness into this is going to be the change, and then maybe there's an outcry about it, and then maybe they'll decide to change afterwards. That's not a good policy for a company that relies upon a community and people wanting to log on every day and playing the game. You start to lose those people, then you have a big problem in this type of game, I think. And you can easily go from whatever they're on, like 200,000 regular players to 20,000. I've seen it happen in games almost, in the space of a month because of that disconnect. If people are not being listened to, and if the game pursues a future that people don't want. So there is a problem. There is definitely an issue with unbalanced issues, and they don't seem to care about it. There's definitely a situation where there are tier 3 commanders that are miles ahead, and we've seen this with people ranking them from like S to D rank. That can't happen in this type of game, or it shouldn't happen in this type of game, to have such a mismatch of somebody getting Witch King or getting Galadriel, and then the next guy comes along and gets Gil Galahad or something. It's just unbelievable to have that crazy difference, and you can tell it because every single whale out in the world uses the same character with the same build, with focus 700, with 5 star gear that all gives focus and bonus to mana. It's the same build, and you have a problem if that is so clear, higher and stronger than everything else, that everybody's using it as well as the end game. Then you need to be addressing those balance issues. That's not happened. They've balanced like loads of units and irrelevant stuff. They've not balanced key aspects, or at least made those commanders that are fairly worthless at the moment stronger. And that is a problem. I agree. There's definitely needs to be better communication. Always good to take a bit of a break. Sorry, I'm going to try and catch up with these commands rather than my rants. A bit of a break once in a while. I stopped playing a couple of weeks back myself, but still curious about where the game is headed. I'm umming and ahhing about starting an evil account on maybe a newer server at some stage, maybe go Mordor just to try it out, because I've not played with the evil stuff, so I can only theorize, and I'd rather I'm quite kinesthetic. I'd quite like to get in there and give it a shot to learn. Give me dismantling back. Okay, fair enough. I found dismantling to be horrifically expensive. I think I only managed to get a few things from it. It would be great if they did, just in case the drop rates on gear. Did they change the requirements for exclusive gear at all? Did they change the requirements for exclusive gear at all? Sorry, what do you mean? I'm confused. Which requirements? There's just more. Things are easy to drop. I noticed. I said I saved up like 4 of my tips with weapon drops before at the beginning, and when I opened them, and there was like a 4-star tip with equipment loot, and it was 30 or 40% gold gear, 60 to 70% purple gear. So it was guaranteed purple. And I'd not noticed that before. Maybe I'm blind and I just click and accept it. I'm not entirely sure, but I definitely noticed way more. What's the durability on that? Okay, I'll stay and kill it. Imrahil is good commander to investigate on him. Yeah, I'd probably side more with Anthony than AJ on this one, maybe. I thought Imrahil was... I think if you're Gondor, then I think Imrahil is not a terrible commander. Beyond that, yeah, I'm not sure. Because when I looked at his table, like... I don't like some of his stuff. Him and Eladran for me are pretty similar. So what you've got, ally this commander, recovering hit points after managed units deal physical damage. So that's not too bad. Reinforcement, which I hate. I really hate that skill. Round 7 onwards, so 7, 8, 9, 10, the last 4 turns, you get heals in there. Fortify isn't too bad as a defender. But so these tables, I'm just not the world's biggest fan of. The fair... physical damage dealer that also gives you all allied units gain initiative and gaining experience, so not bad-ish when you're leveling up. He's got cleave in there modified by speed, and then brawler for the commander, damage against melee units increases. Then his tier is respect 3 abilities, defense stacking every round for allied units, might and speed increase, and men damage. I mean, he's okay. But for me, the problem is that it's a bit of everything. So then you get into the 5th table. So for me, this is where he becomes okay if you are Gondor, for me, because mounted units, and this is where it becomes pretty solid, because mounted units gain speed increase, which is good to begin with, and then stun and madness immunity, and cataphracts and swan knights bonus hit points, +6 bonus hit points. Which again, I think if you are Gondor, you get the bonus Swan Knight cataphracts. Or if you're over on the west coast and you're near the new the Bree Knights, which are another... Oh no, because they're not listed. Never mind. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking about Menish cavalry units, and it's not. It's only cataphracts and Swan Knights. So for me, it's not too bad with the mounted army because you get cataphract bonus hit points and speed and stun and madness immunity, and then mounted combat. So I don't like 20% chances, but okay, fair enough. I don't take this on Theoden. And then Coalition, which again is not my favorite of skills, because men and elves, if you're playing elves, your variance between minimum and maximum damage is not huge. Men isn't too bad, but you're spending 7 points just to make sure that you get that, which will have a 70% chance to cause maximum damage. I think he's more a counter to those new evil faction commanders that guarantee the minimum. And I don't really know how it works because nobody's really clarified, and I've not seen battle reports to whether if you have the maximum, they have the minimum, how that equates. I'm guessing that it's still just... they just cancel each other out and it's random. But regardless, I feel like mounted unit stun and madness immunity is going to have some useful things with the bonuses in here, but if I'm using mounted units, would I not just be using Theoden? You know what I mean? Kind of like this for me is his superpower skill, if you were playing him and you were Gondor and you could have Cataphracts and Swan Knights getting the bonus hit points, the immunities, and the speed increases, and then increased damage. And then potentially if you're going all men, then maybe okay, and check them in maximum, and if it is a crazy amount, then make sure they do the maximum damage. So for his tier 5, but below that, I don't know. I've not seen a build on a battlefield that I've been particularly scared about. Maybe it's because he's new and people don't really know the builds that well, but he seems a bit all over the place. Mounted with that crazy only 20% damage, which I'm not a huge fan of in the beginning place. Mounted unit stun and madness immunity, okay for certain counters and bonus hit points if you're using those. Coalition, okay, maybe as long as you're not using the elves and you've got the men. You've got bonuses to speed and might. You've got a defensible stacking bonus. You've got men damage. Again, like I said, if you've gone with those men cavalry units and not the elves in here, so you're immediately limiting yourself just to those men for that men bonus for nobility. It's just a little bit of everything. And then he's got like one an attack here and another attack here. And then bonus against melee units. 2 DPS skills in there if you're going to pick them up. And then like a little bit of a weak heal in there with the men with the extra hit points. Then a late heal on here. And then fortify if you get attacked. You see what I mean? It's so many abilities of like, if this happens, or you know, a small amount of heal, or a small amount of DPS, or a small amount of bonus for cavalry, or small. It seems not cohesive enough compared to a lot of other commanders that I've seen. And a lot of the abilities on here, I'm just not a big fan of. But I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. Let's have a look. I'm just catching up. Imrahil looks going perfect. Alchemist nerves. Their base damage went up to 4 though, didn't it? The unique gear for commander. Oh, I see. Sorry. Yeah, I know what you mean now. Sorry, my bad. I'm nowhere near any of those yet. And the closest one I was to Eowyn, I've just stopped using her, so I do need to focus more. Some of them I think are really, really good. Some of them are terrible. Eowyn's was actually really solid, and I'm kind of I still might just pump her up to 10 and just keep her as one of my backup commanders, just because I quite like an accessory piece for men, women, with a huge bonus to might and army defense for the cavalry options. It's just such a nice bonus. And then melee units range damage received reduction by what, 25%. It's very nice. For free-to-players and low spenders, dismantling is very good because it's easier to find your refining purples. Yeah, it's true, but free-to-play and low spenders, for me, a low spender, you can use the tip refresh once every day. For me, it's like a low spender. It's like, what, 200? And you can get like that cheap spending package, which gives you 200 a day or something. It equates to this tip. And that's going to be, and like I said, I've gained... in the last like 6 days, I've gained at least 3 purple items from the tip. And also because I've been using the tip, I've also had 2 times where I've had the vendors come, and this week I've managed to get 4 pieces of gear for 50k in-game gold each time. So like I said, for me, the changes to this tip menu, I've gained way more purple from this than I have before from dismantling greens and blues, because the dismantling only works if you get an abundance of greens and blues in order to change it for those purples, and I never seem to find I was getting enough, whereas now I seem to have it easily accessible to getting those free purples either from drops or from using in-game gold. What about language barrier? In Season 1, the translate was good, the heroes worked at acceptable parameters. With Season 2, all things like heroes and units don't compare. In Season 2, they broke it. I don't know, because I think some of the hero descriptions in Season 1 confused the living hell out of me as well. There were things where I was like, what the hell, this doesn't make any sense. Like, does this counter this? Is this a counter to this? Is this going to work first? Yeah. You know, I always felt like some of the descriptions reminded me of something like Games Workshop's descriptions. Yes, I am, but it's a Gothmog nerf. Also, Imrahil at R5 is amazing for Gondor. I can imagine it. I'm not Gondor, so he just didn't flag me as bothering with, and I could see it when you have those 2 extra units with there. But yeah, I don't know. I've got too much to focus on. Good old Yoma, against anything else, Theodore and Yoma do all mounted better. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying there are other mounted armies out there, mounted heroes, that are more generic and useful for everything. As Theodore and Yoma. I never refresh tips. I always want to take that chance on a tier 4. You should refresh. You should. I've switched. That first refresh for 200 is well worth it. It's well worth it. Because you tend to get I tend to get one weapon, one mineral, and either 2 commanders or 1 commander and the random guy selling stuff. And the random guy selling stuff, I think I've had him 4 times in the last 2 weeks. And I've had this first time where I've had 2 pieces of gear. I've had 2 times where I've had him with 1 piece of gear for gold, and I've had 1 time with nothing for gold. They've all been the math and vouchers. So that's pieces of gear for 50k. I've gained 4 pieces of purple gear over the last week from that for 200k gold. But more importantly, I've also gained all those commander experience, because even getting the tips and getting the commander experience, it's not entirely wasted, but it's guaranteed. It's guaranteed some commander respect, spread out okay, but the draws from the boxes are just it's just pot luck, completely pot luck. Oh, somebody's preparing the war declaration. I'm so glad there's other people that pay more attention than I do, because I'm terrible. As I said before, for those joining, welcome. We had a nice Christmas, New Year. If you have your own thoughts or opinions about, specifically our stream today is looking at the changes to the games over the Christmas period, because I wasn't on the live stream much over the Christmas period. How have they affected you? What do you think? Specifically, we're looking at things like the removal of the weapon exchange, weapon fragments, the game balances or lack of balance changes, the lack of information about season changes, the Christmas event. What do you think about the Christmas event? Did you enjoy it? Did you not enjoy it? More than happy to have your opinions and thoughts about it. If you want, we do have the Discord. The Discord is connected to the live stream, so if you join the Discord, you are more than welcome to join the live stream voice channel, and it will put you live. You'll be live on the stream. If you want to talk about anything, disagree, agree, rant about how your server is going, fear about what is going to happen to the next season. I don't know if that's somebody from here that's messaged me. I don't always like opening these just in case it's something in-game tactical. I do have a YouTube-friendly channel. If you're on my server, you can join the YouTube-friendly group. I do check this if people message me in-game. But all of the other channels I try not to open, just in case super secret leaked chat information. What's going on here? Can't wait for that Lurt's nerf next season. Oh, I hope so too. Right. I am just slowly trying to work on leveling these guys up. This is sad. This is sad. My poor Oathbreakers. My poor Oathbreakers. I should probably change this guy. I've got my Legolas. This is not my normal build for Legolas. My normal build for Legolas is like tank, and then maybe some damage deals at the back. But I needed him to be a bit faster because he was going a bit slow. So I probably should just change him now. So I'll probably take those out. Sugar. I don't have a whole load of tanks. Could be a problem. I've got so many knights. I've got so many knights. I definitely need Owen back on knights. Marshals, bow knights, ram riders, cavaliers. Okay, let's get guardians of the tower in there. I'm just not sure about that build. Anti-cav, damage dealers, and then I don't need as many of those. Give that a try. Let's go. Let's give that a try. I should probably properly spec these guys for battles now. That's okay. I should just be adding marshals into everything just to diminish their numbers. I kind of didn't, because I know they're so long, I just kept building and building and building, and then it was only like after that I realized that I built so bloody many of them. And I'm also not entirely sure about this build for Gandalf. I think I need... Do I need another range? I don't think I have any more range units. Yeah, my army builds are so terrible this season. Tank. See, the problem I'm having at the moment is I'm using Dunedains, but actually we're not fighting LotR too much. We're fighting a lot of sort of like other armies that have got entire melee. So they're not really pulling their weight as much as I would have liked. Maybe I diminish those and then take some more. Okay. I should have more DPS in there probably, and less tanks. Thorin is that similar build just because I had loads of these early start. And I just have too many cavalry now to be able to switch around too much. I just desperately need to throw my cavalry away, and then I can start building different battle lines. Okay. So, where are we at with Theoden? Bow Knights. Bow Knights. Mounted units, mounted units, mounted units. Attack mounted units. Okay, I can take bow knights. That's fine. You don't want me ranting about my server. Oh. The Mordor gloom. Oh, it just reinforcement transversed. Oh, I've not changed anything. Right, these guys must be fairly close now to nowhere near. She's near. Nearly 49, nearly 49. I'm just randomly allocating points on her. Yeah, I think I saw some people have posted things in the Discord with their servers. Sorry. Let's see. I'll save image. Desktop. I'm having some problems with my save image. PG. Let me see if that worked. It did. Okay, save as JPG worked. I just add that into the live stream. Image 1. So this is a chap who is playing Mordor and posted it onto. Oh dear, that's a bit big. Let me just shrink that down. Okay, so this is the server of a guy on the Discord who posted. I'll just push it over here a little bit. So Mordor doing reasonably well on that server. Which server is that one? Let me just check. That server is Season 2018. Here is server 2, server 18. So I'm trying to think now. 1, 2, 3 was roleplay. 4, 5, 6 was mixed. 7, 8, 9 was roleplay. 10, 11, 12 was mixed. 13, 14, 15 was roleplay. 16, 17, 18. 18. So I think 18 is mixed. Maybe. Did he say? He didn't say. Server 18 season 2, but I'm guessing from the map it looks like it's probably a mixed server. He posted it and was saying his production is 100,000 per hour, so obviously you can tell how dead that server is to be able to get 100,000 power. I think I'm on like 45. So yeah, some servers it's not going too bad for Mordor on that server. Interesting. Look where Rohan is on that server. It's Scottish JP posted it. Said Mordor and Gondor are allies, which would explain it. They can just kill everybody else. Where can I post world map of my server? There's on the Discord. There's a screenshot channel on the Lord of the Rings Rise to War Middle Age Gaming Discord. You feel free to post that up there, and I'll whack the picture up onto the stream. But you can see on that server how well Mordor have done. They've basically just swept through. But this is the problem with those mixed servers that we were talking about before. I've heard it from a lot of places. There's just not the same amount of players because they've mixed the same amount of servers to the roleplay in the mix, and pretty much everybody that I know on every server before, there was like 75% of people was saying that they were going to go onto the roleplay servers, like throughout the board, across everything that I heard about. So they choose to merge the same amount of servers with 75% numbers going onto one and 25% going onto the other, and then obviously we ended up with the mixed servers being completely empty and the roleplay servers just being crowded to hell, which doesn't make me laugh, which makes me laugh. I would expect that to change in the next season. I think they will. They will merge mixed servers. I think maybe 2 or 3 mixed servers together to try and stop this from happening. But the one thing about that map that makes me laugh though is look at, like, you've got Rune there with their one territory, managed to keep their capital, but then Rohan have been pushed. They've not just been wiped out. Rohan have just pushed all the way up to near Angmar. And then you've got Erebor all the way over on the west-hand side. So, I mean, how the hell did everybody get over here? You've got Lyndon at the very, very top holding a couple of territories, and you've got Erebor holding like 2, 4, 5 along, with Arnor protecting with 2. Then Rohan completely out of place with 2 territories. Angmar are like holding their spawning zone, and then just everything else is, you know, Mordor on the east side with Gondor in the southwest side. It's so crazy, that map. You know, those factions haven't gone. Well, LotR have disappeared. But everyone else is there. They're just entirely condensed into those, like, that top left corner of the map where you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 factions desperately trying to survive. That's so weird. So weird. Remove that picture. You posted on the official Discord. Okay. Let me find the official Discord. Sorry. Let me find. I'm so many Discords. Which channel? There's so many channels on here. Livestream? No. Game suggestions? Bragging room? Nope. Oh, who's this? I'm just reading. Darth Linden posted a list. I wonder if that's their making. They've made a list of the commanders. S+, Galadriel, Theoden, Gandalf the White. Gandalf the White? Okay. S tier. Arwen? King Aragon, Gandalf the Grey. A+, Lego, Radagast, Dane. Who is that? Thorin? Sorry, the picture's so small. Thorin and Eoma. A. Gilgalad. King of the Dead. Oh my gosh, I can't see these pictures. Eowyn. Gimli, I think that is. And... can't tell what that is. Some of these pictures just zoomed in randomly. Oh, is that Aladan maybe? And then B+. Sorry, not Thormir. Immadril, Flandril. Oh my god, I can't see those pictures. It's too far away. Interesting. At the very bottom, they have Ori and Frodo, and yeah, the Muppets, the Hobbits at the bottom. Interesting. Horn of Buckland. Sorry, okay. Horn of Buckland. Server 17. What did you say? 0033. Oh, Rev. Okay. Open the original. Save image. Desktop. 2.jpg. 2.jpg. And then on the live stream, add the picture. I need to find a better way of doing this. 2. Okay. This is the server picture for Reversa Libra. Let's have a look here. What is going on? Wow, so Gondor have just gone crazy. Arnor and Lyndon are dead. They're gone. Lothlorien are somehow all the way up there in the top left of the map. I guess that they controlled all of that territory with sort of like Angmar or Gondor, and they've just been squeezed in the middle and sliced in two. And then top Erebor have been pushed all the way. Rune, actually fairly strong for a Rune. You know, very rarely do I see Rune with 3 territories. Rohan have gone east, which seems to be quite common for successful Rohan factions. You're gonna go over there, get in, and yeah, not looking great for Mordor. Eeks. Stefano. This isn't my. I can show if you want to show yours up. You can show me. You can send me a picture of your map. This is people are sending me in theirs just to have a review and have a look. This is Rosa Libra's server 0033, which I'm guessing is a roleplay server. If it follows the same pattern, it used to be their pattern were 1 to 3 role plays and 4 to 6s were mixed, but I don't know if that changed when they got higher up. Role play, yeah, okay. So it's followed the same pattern. Okay. Isengard there, still with their capital. They'll be happy with that. Linden have lost the capital. Arnold have lost the capital, obviously, because they're pretty much destroyed. Erebor lost their capital and retreated back. Gondor, Angmar, Rohan, and Ruin allies, but that seems a bit silly. Actually, I wonder if that's just a picture of everything. It seems to be like what happened on our server, and again, I'm not sure if that's the same as what happened on your server. But you had one block began to form, and then everybody just counted it. So for my map, what happened on our server, and again, if you look back some of our older pictures, you will see that Rohan were nearly all but wiped out and only had these 2 territories here because Lothlorien, Gondor, and Mordor formed a block, and they were kind of at peace with everybody else whilst Angmar and Linden killed each other. While Linden and Angmar killed each other, it allowed Loth, Gondor, and Mordor to like really unite and really start working together and really form a solid bond. But what that happened to do at the same time was it made Linden and Angmar, I suppose, I mean, they had to at some time start to look east. So they have to make peace rather than just be stuck in a war far away from anything worthwhile. So peace has to be achieved at some stage, just as common sense. And then you start to look right and think, right, well, where we're going to go. And for Linden, the easiest way or the quickest and fastest way is through Lothlorien. So that sort of territory is a good way of expanding. So you then look at it and think, right, well, if Lothlorien and Gondor and Mordor are working really close together in sort of like a triple alliance group, obviously really well against Rohan and pushing them back, then for the other groups, the only thing they can really do is then either try and get involved in that peace group and hope that those groups aren't close enough that they turn on you before they fight each other for the ring, or you just go on the other side and you then make the counter block. And then you've got to hope that your counter block is bigger than their block, which in our case it was, and everything just disintegrated, and Gondor disintegrated, Lothlorien disintegrated, and Mordor disappeared. So it's a swing and swings around, but like I said, it could completely change if Rohan end up upsetting everybody else. Then it could be a completely different picture, because if Linden and Angmar start to push, and then Mordor and Lothlorien and Gondor can sort of like regain all of their home territories, and all of a sudden the green just disappears. Probably within 5 days it could happen. Arguably the same could happen for Angmar. If they're sandwiched between so many territories here that if like 5 groups started working against them, then it'd be impossible to hold. Linden are in a slightly better position because realistically they only really have Angmar, Arnor, Isengard are too weak. Arnor only really have half a fellowship, so these 2 groups kind of buffer them, but are relatively weak. So as long as they're at peace with either Angmar or Lothlorien, then they've got an easy chance. So that's kind of what's happened in ours. Dark Dragon, I posted in screenshots chats. Let's have a look. See if I can find Dark Dragon's map. Screenshots. Okay, 2 weeks in. Save image as 3.jpg. Save. Okay. Let's have a look at another server. Oops. Some of these pictures are just a little bit bigger. Where's my camera? Camera, come to the top. Stop hiding my face. What the heck? There we go. Sorry. Right, this is Dark Dragon's server, which is Season 2 server. Oh, she didn't say. You didn't say. Which server? I'm confused. Okay, so hopefully Dark is on and will comment about which server this is. That picture is too high on the chat. I'm just going to lower it down a little bit so all of my other stuff comes above it. Oops. No. There. Okay. So, again, sorry, we were just waiting for Dark Dragon to say which server this is. I can't remember. But on Dark Dragon server, they are 2 weeks in to the server, so presumably a fairly highish number. I think she said that she was on the mixed server. So mixed server, early in, we start to get an idea of rough expansion plans and territories. It looks like your Rohan are in a strong... Oh, mixed server 63. Okay. So 0063, a mixed server for Dark Dragon. I'm saying it looks like you've got a strong Rohan simply because they've managed to expand both northeast and southwest relatively quickly. They've managed to take those 2 territories, the other side of Pass of the Dead, which we tried to do at the beginning of this season and we failed to do as Rohan because Gondor moved everything up to stop us. But you've also managed to expand east at the same time, which is also what we did. You'd look to maybe have a fairly balanced fight going on there between Gondor and Mordor. 1 territory each in that sort of like neutral zone near the island of resources down at the south. Interestingly enough, obviously there's fights going on there, so Mordor and Gondor are fighting each other. Isengard have expanded relatively quickly as well over there. Lindon seems to be doing well. Angmar doing well. It seems to be a typical sort of expansion up in that northwest corner that I see. If you've kind of got a reasonably strongest Lindon, Angmar, even Arnor, which is weak, looked pretty much the exact same in that top left corner. You've got a similar look to Lothlorien, where they have that problem that a lot of territories near them are high level, so they can't really take over the cities. Territories. Interestingly enough, to see Angmar coming down already straight into the heart of Lothlorien, so looks like you've got a relatively solid Angmar, which again is not too uncommon. I see that on a lot of servers now. So a lot of people seem to have gone with Angmar for season 2. Erebor seems to be doing relatively okay. Rune have 4 territories, so it's looking interesting. Let's have a look. Sorry. Gondor and Mordor, they're fighting for the mummers. Interesting. Just to get the experience, I suppose. I mean, they're going to struggle taking those tiles and massively building them out this early on, but okay. Yeah, that's typical though. Most servers, you tend to have that sort of like Mordor Gondor fight in there. I'd be interested to know, are Rohan and Gondor allies on yours? In that Gondor have allowed Rohan to expand into those 2 territories and then go northeast and help them fight against Mordor at the top? Or is it... I thought I banned this person from posting on my stream. Sorry, I don't know if that spam will come through. I keep trying to ban that same account. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, looks curious. Yes, we are allies with Gondor. Okay, interesting. Looks like Gondor pretty much like giving you everything that you want, and it allows you to expand up into that northern territory. Good expansion. It's pretty typical. This is my only one thing with the how the servers are, and I kind of wish and hope that maybe next season they change the map a little bit, because for me, you end up with like certain repetitive scenarios that just go over and over and over again. In that, sorry, 1 second. Where's my window capture? Oh, BlueStacks. Sorry, I can't move something that I want to move. You end up with the same things. No matter when I see the same servers, like, okay, it's the beginning of the game. What do Mordor have to do? Well, they either go and they fight Gondor on the west, or they go to the northwest and fight Rohan, or they go towards the northeast and they fight Rune. Well, that's it. And then next season is the same. You see all the same servers, and it's always the same. So I don't know. I know it's not themed. People can complain, saying, "Oh my god." But I mean, even then, well, mixed servers. If we're going to go off theme with the mixed servers, then you could definitely make the mixed servers, you know, have a different map, you know, or have different starting positions. Do something a bit interesting, spice it up a little bit, you know. Otherwise, we're just gonna next season. It's just gonna drag. It's gonna get a little bit boring quickly. No, I don't know if you agree or disagree. Why can I not move that window? Oh, it's locked. Okay. Yeah. Oh well. Okay, so yeah, this is server 33 with Dark Dragon, and you can see it's only in the second week, and it's all plodding along nicely. We can probably follow that over the next couple of weeks and see how things have changed on that server. RIP another Mordor. Season 2 0016, a good rune faction. So let me get this right. 16, so that's a mixed server. It's a mixed server. Is that sort of like a play on words, a good rune faction? Is it a faction that uses all good commanders? That would be kind of curious. I sent top 10 factions in screenshot chat. I think they talked about it right at season 2 closing in. 63. Server 63. Is that what I said? Did I say 33? Sorry. I'm just tired. I'm really, really tired. and a little bit sick. But that's no excuse. I should remember 63. It's an important number in everybody's life. I think they talked about it right at season 2 closing in. They talked about changes to the map, changes to the system. Something needs to be changed. As much as I like the game, and I like expanding, and I like growing, and I like getting my commanders stronger, I feel like the tactical play is a little bit repetitive in at this stage. You know, spice it up. Why do we have to be playing on the old world? Why don't you just like close in on a specific area and have us all fighting over, you know, just the mountains, and have a big mountain range instead? You know, you don't the map does not have to be the whole of the old world. You know, it could be a small section. We're just all still fighting armies in here. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm chatting bollocks, or maybe it's the best goddamn thing in the world. Who knows? Just continue this sweeping just to try and grab some cheap and easy experience. I could just be using the Ents, but I'll do it tomorrow when I need to respec the armies a little bit. Use those bow knights in here. No worries, yeah, they talked about the map. That was... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but they talked about the map. It's not difficult to change. They've just got to open their horizon, their mind, and not just be like, right, okay, well, we have this map. This is the map that we have to use. You know, this is the actual map. We get that. We've had the actual map. We've played 2 seasons with the actual map, and cool, kudos to them, but... So, you know, spice it up a little bit. You know, just whatever. Just pick one. You know, pick a Mont Blanc and just make the whole map a Mont Blanc. Does it matter too much? You know, and have different things that you're fighting over, control points, or you know, smaller towns or features on the map to, you know, just spice it. It doesn't have to be all this stuff, or, you know, it doesn't have to be the whole map. It could just be, you know, this type of location in the map, and okay, it's all controlled by one, but all the armies are coming in here and they're marching for war and to take things over and stuff. You know, makes certain capitals or keeps control points with mid-season rewards. I think there's a lot of stuff that they can do to make the mid to even end season like a little bit more interesting. I talked about it before in like 7 things I'd like to see change in the game, and it was you know, having something more exciting at the end, even if it's like your faction has to take and it just picks a random territory, you know, as a weekly target, or you know, a daily missions of you have to kill, you know, 100 orc units or something, just a bit spicy just to get you out there. You might not achieve everything, it might not be easy to do anything, but it just gives you a mission or something to aim to do that might be a bit crazy. You know, if your faction, your Rohan, and your weekly faction or what have you, your weekly mission is go and take, and you just pick a random place at some things, you know, go and take Seldon Vale, you know, and you're over here, and the rewards are kind of semi-interesting, then maybe you would contemplate pushing, you know, whilst the battle for the ring's going on, maybe as a faction, you know, you have a secondary aim to be like, okay, well, screw it, it's not important, we're going to focus on the ring, or okay, yeah, maybe we want to focus on the ring, but at the same time, yeah, let's push in these territories and take this, and maybe we have to use some diplomacy to either agree to temporarily loan it, or maybe they're an enemy, so we'll have to focus on that enemy first, or, you know, just anything, you know, just to add a little bit more variety and spice into the game. Because they can taper it. If you're in a smaller faction, then you can have an easier mission, or the location that you might need to take could be, you know, really close next to yours. As a group, something to aim for. And then when everybody's focusing over here on the ring, then your weekly mission, you just go like boom and sneak in here and take that. I don't know. There's a lot of options to make little activities that would be interesting. They don't want to. I think they stuck with their mind with it. But it's going to get tedious. It's going to get, you know, there's only so much you can rehash and go, okay, here's the board again, do the same thing. And like, all right, okay, well, I'll go Mordor, and, well, I'm just going to be fighting these guys, or these guys. You know, I'm going to play Angmar, right? Well, I'm fighting these guys, or these guys early on. You know, that is it. You're now just choosing, my starting position is which factions that I want to fight first. You know. It's gonna get dull. Season 4 or so, people just be like, right, well, you know, for me, I'm keeping it interesting by changing. I played Lothlorien first time, played Rohan this time, maybe play Erebor next time, maybe either Gondor or, you know, Lindon or something the next time. But from that stage on, once I've played everything and been everywhere around the map, the idea of starting another season being in the same starting position that I've already been in before with very little potential chances for variation is not going to be super exciting. Hi, which troop skills do you suggest using on Gandalf for Ent EXP farming? Troops, you should be using Axe Throwers or Bow Knights with the bonus against large units. So you're mainly looking at, I think I use Bow Knights. I don't actually have do I have them unlocked? Oh, Master Throwers, sorry. Master Throwers with both of these upgraded, bonus 20% damage against melee units and bonus 50% damage against large units, or Bow Knights with the bonus to large units, shoving a tanky unit in there just to stand in front of them and take the end damage, and Bob's your uncle. Pretty easy. Skills for Gandalf. Gandalf's an easy one to farm with. Gandalf's arguably the easiest of the one because he just basically stun locks everything naturally. So, I mean, I'll show you my build. I mean, there's plenty of builds that you can go with him for, but anything sort of located around all of his stun options are going to get you the job done. Wait, that's not the right one. But, how close am I to leveling him up to 5? I'll spend it because I want to get into 5 anyway. Commander. So that's what I have. Just because I've got sort of like lots of heal when I do damage, and I've picked up all of the focus skill abilities even at low level just so that I do extra attacks. So, you know, extra attack plus the stun in there for the stun against the Ents, maximum chance of avoiding damage, damage avoiding there with his max ability, reduced damage, gain initiative, and double attacks. You can mix it around a little bit because Wizards is a good option to take against for Ent farming as well, because they've got ridiculously crazy high defense. But saying that, I'm not entirely sure if the defense reduction becomes... I think their defense is so high that damage reduction I don't think makes a huge difference. I need to check it. And then take 1 point in there for the extra focus damage. So that's kind of what I've gone with. Let me check the Ents. I think the defense is too high for that to count. Yeah, 205. So minus like 30 or 40 on that doesn't make any difference. If you don't know, defense has threshold limits. So like 40 and 80 and stuff like that, they're big points for defense. So to get something down below like 40 or to get something down below 80 is quite significant because the damage it will be greater. The increased damage will be more significant. There we go. But reducing it from 200 to 185 is not going to have anywhere near as big an effect. Something like defense 50%, things like that, then would be okay, but not the low level that his does. Exactly, faction goals that change, twists that would be nice, things to gain the narrative of the game. Yeah, anything. And it wouldn't be particularly difficult to do, I think, compared to what the stuff that they've already programming and the stuff that they're doing. They just lack that pushing, creative pushing, just to do something that's inspiring, something that's a bit different, something that's a bit, you know, funky, that people will be like, oh wow, you know, that really adds an element for me to keep logging in and playing towards the middle end of the season. Yeah, well, let's hope they do something, or they lose a lot of players. Well, good side has more options. True. Imagine being evil. You've kind of really only got 4, and Rune are pretty bad. I use Alchemist because I'm in a mixed server. I already have 48 Ghana. Yeah, if you're in mixed server, you're a completely different world. Some of the stuff that you can do is exciting. I wanted to ask something similar, but about Haldir with Ents. I'm trying to remember Haldir. I've not used him in a while. Give me a second. Just grab those bits and pieces. With Haldir and Ents, I did it last season. This season he's fallen out of favour, even though I had him up to respect 7, because I couldn't get near the beasts. I quite like his beast build or his defense build, but it didn't work for this season for the units and things that I had. So where would I go? You're going to go Bow Knights again. I think you're not going to go with that. Okay, so you're going to go Bow Knights, maybe with shield training. So minus 14% damage received for the range units, though. Are you? Give me a second. Allied ranged units. Physical damage. Effect modified by speed. Okay, so yeah. You'll take Galadrim for your bonus damage for your range units. Maybe you'll pick up shield training. Maybe. Don't take Fortify. I wouldn't take Beast as a tank. Allied rage units have 7 times 20%, I think that is. 20% at max. So allied rage units have a 20% chance of attacking twice per round. Yes, please. So Forest Agility, Galadrim, You're going to have to take Sylvan Elf up just to get the Forest Agility. And then I wouldn't really bother getting the damage stuff because your Bow Knight's going to be doing the big amounts of damage. So probably first 2 rounds, all allied units, physical damage plus 3%. And that's about it. Anything that increases your Bow Knights. So guide, so you do additional physical damage. Forest Agility, so you've got additional chance that your ranged attacks do 2 hits. Galdrim, so that your ranged units do more damage. Then take a whole load of Bow Knights and then just shove some tanky units in front just to take the damage away from them. That is what I would use for my Haldir build. Ents are just so slow. I can't imagine people using them. So yeah, I thought you were talking about Ent farming here, or are you guys talking about using Ents in your army? Sorry, I was talking about Ent XP farming, not using Ents. So bye bye, baby, bye bye. That's what I would go for if you're killing Ents for Ent farming. The only realistic builds that I've really seen that you can effectively use Ents would be using some of the what are they called? Muppets. The my brain is gone. Hobbits. Some of the Hobbits to get the Ent speed up, but even then, I not a big fan of them. I want to build a Sam and Frodo just for Lurt's combos. Please stop me. Ents are best for defending control rights. They are, but I mean, you've still got like a 28-hour long march to really get there. That's the problem. And then if you want to reinforce them, then you're still talking about some huge amount of time. So for me, the mobility of just having to move things around in the first place makes Ents reasonably unviable. You know, if you're moving from one front to the other and you've got like huge march time before you can even effectively do anything and move them into the right place. I wish that there was some way of fast moving units between certain points because I feel like that's a bit of a sticking point because you can't speed them up marching somewhere, and those are like one side of the flank to maybe the other side of the flank and having like a 3-hour march or something. It's just a bit ridiculous with no way to speed it up. I have to go. Have a good live. Goodbye, Dark Dragon. I will be going soon as well because it's 6:10 in the morning for me. Yes, farming. I'm back. Was busy taking a keep in Upper Andron. We nearly had it. Oh, unfortunate. We these guys managed to take one over here and cleaned everything up. Oh, there's burning over here though. Maybe they're pushing back for it, which is a bit easier to do when they have no territories left. So all of their places. Oh, there's Linden in here as well though. It's a bit crazy. They have no territories, so they just keep spawning wherever. Oh, Linden are here. Linden are everywhere. Mobility is such a huge benefit, to be honest, unless you're sieging. Yeah, and I'm going to miss, if I go Dwarves next season, I'm definitely going to miss sort of like this faster, rapid reaction with cavalry. I suppose I'll still have a cavalry army because I'll still have Theoden and other cavalry units, but yeah. Generally, using a whole lot of Iron Warriors and everything, even being slower than Guardians, is going to be a killer. Does the Sam and Frodo R5 tree look like it should counter Lurt's Mummer March perfectly? Sam and Frodo, they have the, it's like the, is it the Madness one in 5? Or is that in their 3 tree? I can't remember. Why did I go here? I've got them at 3 and I'm just like, oh my god. Oh right, yeah, the commander may go mad, but they avoid physical damage. And then the first 2 units making everything mad, and the crazy 3-round stun that triggers every 3 rounds. Yeah, I remember that. it's a funky build. I just wish that there were earlier trees that go with it. But I've seen that the build where it's like a pick and mix grab from everything that's like Grimmer from the tables. I have seen that one, like the recommended free Frodo build. But I don't know. It'd be interesting to see it. Right, we have been on the live stream for a substantial period of time. It is now rolling up to the 4-hour mark. We're just under the 4-hour mark, and I think, to save my voice for tomorrow, because I have a work meal to attend tomorrow, I am going to disappear off it tonight. Might be back tomorrow night. We will see. Depends on the work party and what drinks are consumed at the work party. But thanks for joining into the stream. We've discussed everything about a lot of the new things. If I do live stream tomorrow, it will be probably starting a new account in maybe season 1 of in a season 1 server playing Mordor maybe. So if that does happen, it'll be tomorrow or it'll be next weekend. One of those two will be that stream. Otherwise, I will catch you in videos and on chats. Take care. Have a good night. And